Good evening. Hello, Azure Shot. And hello, Legend and Cliff. Hello, Aiden. Good morning. Actually, it's not morning for you, is it? It's still evening, dark. My bad, my bad. Hello, Varag. Hello, Daniel. There's one more thing I haven't done. I forgot to do this. There we go. I woke up a bit early. I woke up a bit early today. I was excited. I got my new copy of Tragedy Looper. I made a post about it on Twitter. Sorry, board game news. I guess I wasn't really following in terms of information, but I guess maybe it was out of print or something for a while. I do know it switched publishers because the new one is WizKids and the old one is Zeman Games. I'm kind of excited. There's like some points of contention with the new edition. A little like contention's probably not the right word. It's I should actually grab a photo of what I'm talking about. Hold on. Tragedy Looper. Can I get a good photo of the cover? Covers. It's a bit hard to... I shouldn't say it's hard to find players for. The style is a little divisive because if you're... I'll be honest, if you're a weeb, you're probably going to... If you're a weeb and you like puzzles, you're going to like it. If you don't like anime, you're going to pass. It's basically Higurashi the board game. Let me find a copy of... Wait. Oh, it's a really small photo. That's gonna be fine. Let me grab up the image. And also move myself. So this is not the original version. This is not the original cover. This is the Spanish cover because I guess they thought that it wouldn't sell otherwise. Thank you for the follow, Milby Mommy Milkers fan club. Thank you. I want to say I'm not quite sure what you're doing here, but you're neutral. I want to say you're a VTuber, but at the same time, you don't have to be. You know, there's other styles. There's other styles. But this is not the original cover. This is the English cover, so it's like based on the second or third edition, the Japanese cover. I don't know if I can zoom out like a tiny bit so you can see it all in one go. Maybe actually I need to move myself a tiny bit more. But yeah, the concept is the person in the back is the mastermind. They are the plotter. Kind of like, it's okay to have Higurashi spoilers, right? I'm gonna skip it actually. They're the mastermind. They are the cause behind all the problems in the game. It's a one versus many puzzle solving board game. Then you have the three protagonists who each have a different method of time travel, but they work together to try and solve the mystery. So you are basically trying to stop tragedies in a time loop. You are given a certain amount of loops in order to solve the issue. And I actually have a comparison shot of some of the stuff. So I did like I'll show the big comparison first. Only need to focus on like one half at a time. This is the bigger comparison of like new components versus old. Let me move even further over. Also, I guess the lighting isn't super great. So the left side is the new components and the right side is the old components. When I say new components, I mean the ones that like just came out. And the old components are from the first English edition. Because there is a second one. And I don't know what they did for that. Because I skipped it. Because it was pretty much just like, there's like one fix. and like the components are printed a little differently. I can skip it. So you have 4 locations. The original is like 4 individual boards. You have tokens for affection, for paranoia, and I'm trying to remember the last thing because they call it unease now. Intrigue tokens. That's right. And you have character cards, and you have like playing cards for how you're going to do things. The characters are not the players, they are NPCs on the board. And they have, if I zoom in actually, okay. Like the original one, it's a little, you have to be familiar with the characters and you have to like read the text in order for it to be easy to understand like who starts here and who's forbidden from certain areas. Because for instance, the patient cannot leave the hospital no matter what. The office worker's not allowed in the school. Kind of, I don't want to say common sense, but a bit of common sense for some of it. And the new one, it's all one board. There's actually an additional board that I don't have on the side here because they also have like a tracker for days. Different days, different events will happen, and there's also charts to keep track of what's going on. So this is like very important information here. This basic tragedy plot, roles, incidents, characters. In the new version, they only have a selection of that. They completely skip the characters and the mastermind cards on the bottom. As I said, this is a 1 versus many game. This is a 1 versus many game. And you each have a hand of cards that lets you do things like add affection or remove paranoia or things like that. Or add paranoia, depending. Or deal with intrigue. You're basically adding and removing tokens. You are moving characters around, trying to prevent things from happening, such as... Let me actually grab my copy. Hold on. And that's kind of which copy? I have both of them sitting right over here. I'll grab the new copy since that's on top. Okay, we have our basic tragedy cards. So the mastermind is working off of a script card. Let me grab a script card too. I can grab the first one because I know the first script because I've played it a couple times. I played it as a mastermind once. Let's see, script cards. One thing is that the new copy doesn't have the expansions, scripts or anything like that, or expansion, I guess scripts. But it does have some of the expansion, I guess, like characters, which is kind of weird. I could be wrong in that part though. But I have the expansions too. Okay, first script. So each script gives you a cast of characters, like boy student, girl student, office worker, maybe godly being, which is the card I have as an example here. I'm actually going to show, here's a close-up of the cards. They follow the same format. They show what tags they have, where they start, where they're allowed to go. In this case, the godly being can go anywhere, but they start in the shrine. They count as a man and a woman. They have a paranoia limit of 3. And they have a couple of special abilities. So, script card has information like the cast and also what role they play. Role is important. And also it has information about days, incidents, and the culprits of those incidents, and any special rules. So on the side, there's a tracker that's kind of cut off in this picture. The first one is a day gauge. You keep track of what day you're on. Then there's loop gauge, how many more attempts you have at solving it. Because if certain things happen, the game the loop is over. The game is over. I shouldn't say game. The loop. And then there's an extra gauge for special things. Hello, Evelyn. I don't know if I can zoom in any farther on the basic tragedies. I wonder if there's a picture. We're gonna zoom in a little bit here. Like maybe they have a better picture. I didn't make a better picture of it. Like maybe there's a printout. Here's some of the starter cards. In Italian? It's in Italian. Okay. I was the rich man's daughter, and to the students, I think. There's some basic cards that are available. There's gotta be extra copies of the... Okay, there's a teaching script. Is that really all that? Okay, there's 41 files. Oh, because people make their own. This particular one that I'm talking about is not a deck builder. It's a puzzle solver. I am going to be playing a card drafter after this, though. I just wanted to show this off because it's something that just arrived and something that I have an itch to play. The problem is that it really cannot be played solo. You need at least two people. You need one to be the mastermind and one to play the main characters. It can be played with 2 through 5, I believe. There's definitely a TTS mod. There's a mastermind aid, deduction grids, teaching script. Do they have the custom script cards, tuck boxes, first steps, basic tragedy? So this is probably what we need. Ooh. What? Okay, fine. Fine. I'll just look at this. So, basic tragedy. They have some main plots and subplots. And for example, for this script, actually, most of the scripts have a one main plot, and then they have 1 or 2 subplots, depending on how complicated they make things. A main plot might be, there's a giant time bomb, and the roles involved in the main plot is a witch. There is the sealed item as a main plot, and the roles in there are the brain and the cultist. There's also changing the future, which has the roles of cultist and time traveler. The roles have special abilities that are usually optional, but sometimes they're mandatory. So your entire aim of the game as a non-mastermind player is to figure out what the main plots and subplots are. I'm trying to remember how much you have to deduce if it's that you need to figure out basically all the roles associated with those. Being able to pinpoint, yes, this is the key person, this is the witch, etc. Or if you just need to determine the main plots and subplots. Subplots include a love affair, a lurking psychopath, there's a spelling error, paranoia virus, circle of friends, an unsettling rumor, and they also have roles attached to them. So, for instance, for the roles, there is, let's see, I described the brain. Brain has an optional ability. The witch has a mandatory goodwill refusal, which is actually kind of that's a big pinpoint. Basically, let me see. The abilities on the character are their goodwill. If you're friendly enough with them, they should do the thing that you ask them to do. But if they have goodwill refusal, that means they can just, the mastermind can be like, nah, they're not doing it. They're not doing it. Blech. So, let's see. There are some, you can make custom cards too. I think that's a somewhat popular pastime because there's only so many that they made, that they printed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 scripts in the updated version. 13 scripts. I don't remember how much the expansions had. But yeah, no reason you can't build your own. You can make the players, if you're the mastermind, play through the plot of a show, essentially, without quite realizing it. But yeah, so otherwise components. I prefer the old scripts in terms of content because of the character listing and the mastermind cards, because mastermind cards are very important to know as a player. Because you can the game is entirely about the mastermind interfering with what the players are doing. So trying to anticipate what you think the mastermind is going to do is important. Knowing what's in their hands. And otherwise, again, like one whole board versus 4 small boards. The tokens. The old cards and tokens kind of have like a matte... they've got a canvas texture. It's not bad, it's just a little strange. It's unusual. The new ones are smoother. It's kind of hard to see, but I assured you, they're smoother. And these tokens, I like the game. I hate the tokens just because under low light, it can be really hard to read the difference between them, especially these two. Despite the colors, like they're not super readable, honestly. These are much more easily read, and it's kind of an saving my eyesight, thank you. Same thing with the card design. This game first came out in 2011 in Japan, I think, and the first English edition was 2014. And I want to say so there are different sensibilities when it comes to design across different cultures. And some things that work really well in some languages do not work as well in others. For instance, I think Godly Being is probably a lot more easily readable in its original format, like the cards. In fact, we might even be able to see if there's a Japanese version of the cards here to see the difference. Can we see images and only select the ones that are in Japanese, maybe? Can we find an example? Because I haven't seen them myself. No. But it is a bit more difficult to read the original cards. And I feel like the original cards are probably very faithful to the original design to a detriment. To a detriment. I guess there's no copies of the Japanese version. Blah. But yeah, like it's harder to read the paranoia limit a little bit more compared to what this is. It's a loss of style, but a great increase in playability, I feel like. Like maybe once you are like super get familiarized, it's no problem, but you have to hit that point too. Same thing with the starting area here. Like it's kind of hard to read that card, the corner of the shrine, the way it is right now. I think they reversed the black, and also is that like text behind that? It's really hard to read, isn't it? It's really hard. Putting the script cards away, and now I have to go through the entire process of I need to buy sleeves for these. It's actually kind of important for... I shouldn't say important. The script card should be sleeved. The script card should be sleeved, reversed for storage purposes. me put the rest away. I want to say at least for... Actually, I don't... It's supposed to be backwards compatible, the new version. So it just makes me wonder a little bit about how the components will mix. Because the character cards, it won't really matter which version you're playing with. And the tokens are going to be the same. It's pretty much going to be, I guess, scripts. Scripts. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to check real quick to see about how many different work. Okay. There's complete edition English, 5th edition not in English. We're just going to count the English editions and see how many there are, because there might just be only 2, but at the same time. Okay, so there's just the Tragedy Loop Array 2022 edition. I say edition. Workshop item. What do they cover? Oh, they have all the cards fully translated and edited within the game itself as of February 2022. All the expansions, and it's kind of including the ones that haven't been translated yet. I also want to say this game is kind of weird because it's, as I said, playable with 2 through 5. When you have... Actually, let me switch back here. 1 mastermind, you always have a mastermind. If it's a 2-player game, you have a mastermind and 1 player playing the 3 characters. So you have 3 decks to manage. If it's a 2-player game... or 3-player game, still 1 mastermind, and then you swap off the extra character. Like, each person takes 1 character, and then you swap off the second one. Thank you for the follow, Frederick. If it's a... Oh, I guess 4-player game, my bad. I can't count. If it's a 4-player game, every player gets a character, essentially. But there's also an additional rule in all the games that you're not supposed to talk amongst yourselves except during the breaks in the loops. You can't strategize in the middle of a loop. And that's really hard considering you're each in control of your own deck. So you can interfere with each other without realizing it if you're not well synchronized. So it actually kind of becomes harder with multiple people. If it's a 2-player one, you're in control of all the characters. You can perfectly synchronize with yourself. All 3 decks. It's kind of a weird consideration for the game. But yeah. Nice art for weaves, and then the more mainstream attempts. but I like the art. I like the art. Again, like, basically pitched as Higurashi, the board game. It was kind of I am sold. I am sold. Okay. So with that... Actually, thank you, Barack. It was kind of I could pop open the workshop item to give it a quick look over. I cannot play it because it's cannot be done solo. Although it'd be really cool if you could build an AI that could play the mastermind or play a player. But that's beyond my ability. And I think that's beyond a simple tabletop sim workshop item. Let me actually... I'm going to quit out of the current game that I have prepped. And look and see about the workshop item. Because I already have it and I saw it. When I was flipping through earlier. Wait, do I have multiple versions? Hold on. Okay. I don't actually have the ray. Ooh. Import? Import? No. Can't import that. Can't do that. Okay, this is not the same version, but I'll move over here. And let me do this. This is one of the tabletop sim mods for it. So you can see that we have day counter, incident marker. Right, incident marker. Things happen. Wanted to keep track of that. What day it happens. Loop, extra gauge. A little bit clearer focus on this. Who's forbidden, who's allowed. And actually, can we unlock this? How much? Okay, it's all together in one. But it has a sensibility of the American board that I have. So, yeah. Here's the first steps. This is... They have a... They have 2 scripts written that are supposed to be basically teaching scripts, teaching people how to play the game. And I believe for the first steps, the scripts, there's only one main plot and one subplot. But you can see mastermind cards have movement. They move characters up and down, side to side, diagonal. How many times that they're able to use them per loop. Dealing with paranoia, dealing with intrigue, forbidding goodwill cards. And incidents. Characters can die. Characters can be murdered by a serial killer. by other characters on the board, not by your own. And turn summaries and stuff. We have mastermind cards. They can't... Oh, because they're in the hands? They're in the hand. I can't see them. Same thing here. Okay. This is actually kind of neat, too. So we saw on the cover... Can I pop open the cover? Is it not remembering it? No, it doesn't remember it. Oh, because it's below. So on the cover, you have 3 characters. There's a girl holding a book, a guy with a cell phone, and what's the last thing? I don't know what he's doing there. Can't see. Oh, but I think you can kind of see on his hand that he's holding out stretched. He's got a band that's a wristwatch. I'm pretty certain that is, because if we look at the cards here, we have the diary, we have a watch, and we have a phone app. So yeah, it's kind of subtle, and it also allows people to keep track of their individual decks, because it's very important to retrieve your own cards. So it looks like it's a faithful recreation. I wonder... Oh, and leader card. What is this? The protagonists get a card too to let people know a little bit of information about the game that they're about to play. So for every mastermind script card, there is a card that matches that tells the protagonist very basic information. I guess it's assumed that for the protagonist, this is not their first time through the loop, but they are on their last, I don't know, anywhere from 2 to 7 loops left. Or I guess like 1. But I think one's not really enough. 1 is not enough. That would require perfect play. So yeah, it lets you know that there's a murder on day 2 and a suicide on day 3. But maybe on day 2, the murder doesn't happen because something is not quite right, and instead there is a serial killer that you mistake for the murder. That kind of thing. Stuff you have to watch out for. Okay. Real quick though, I'm going to swap back over to the other game. Thank you for the water. I know it's 6 minutes late. Wait. Okay. I guess I actually have multiple copies of Tragedy Looper in here. I didn't realize. Okay, this one's a little boring, but I mean, in terms of like, there's no special background or anything. I didn't really look at Tragedy Loopers, but I did see it was trying to load it. And I remember Oceans. Oceans creeped me out a little bit. I did replay a little bit, and I think just having to adjust your play style for a solo game is needed. No. I will tell you, so in the rules I've read so far, I've read part of it. Not all of it, but enough. We're going to be up against a guy named McGregor. That is the NPC that we're trying to beat. And all I can think of is, oh shit, a gardener? Or rather, a gardener named McGregor? I'm fucked. Hold on. Sorry. I have a bit of a cough sometimes. I wonder if it's the pollen. I'm not allergic to myself. Just some other things out there. But yeah, we're up against a guy named McGregor, and I think that's going to be a tough opponent. And also, I'm a garden elf. At the same time, I have a lot to learn. I have a huge amount to learn. I saw my sister's garden. It's gorgeous. It's just kind of a, maybe I'll be there in 20 years. That's how much of a head start she has on me. You believe in me? Thank you. Thank you. I will try not to waste that. I will try not to waste that. Okay, something isn't working. Real quick. Why? Is it closed? Is it... That's weird. I guess there's not much I can do about it. Just something isn't quite reacting the way I thought it would. What if I do this? Nope. No, no, nope. Wait. Maybe. No. Keyboard controls are acting a little strange. Not sure why. Not sure why. In the meantime, though, we've got a book to look through. So we're going to be doing the solo variant. So this is a board game, but I've also heard it described as just a card game. There's not really any board. As you can kind of see, like, I guess there's like a board here, but this is pretty much just your score counter kind of thing, I think. And you've got, actually, I'll close the book real quick. Beautiful garden walls. Gorgeous. Separating all your gardens. And a scoring sheet. The rules are gorgeous. The art is beautiful. Just kind of it's a little tall. Like, it's a little cut off on the top. But yeah, for the actual physical components, they've got a little wheel inside. And for the walls, you have to actually build them. It's kind of, it's a little gimmicky. It's a little gimmicky. I don't think it would be too bad. Like, the walls in the tabletop sim, obviously, but they didn't want to bother with making the proper walls. And I can understand, like, if you don't need the cross sections to make it stand, why would you bother? You could instead just make this one file like really big if you wanted to, really wide, to get that feeling of, ah, yes, this is a, I guess, brick thick wall, or maybe like 3 brick thick wall. So 98 cards, 7 scoreboards, because this is a, how many? 1 through 4 player game, I suppose? 7 scoreboards. Why are there 7? There is 7 3D walls, 24 ribbon tokens, 3 metal victory tokens, a victory card. A victory card? 3 rule books, multiple languages. Setup. Give each player a scoreboard set at 0. Actually, we've done that, except there's too many, but we'll adjust it later. We'll adjust it later. Spent a little extra on the 0. Or O. Oh, it's an O. Shuffle the deck and deal 6 cards to each player as their starting hand. Oh, what? I'm trying to remember the shuffle. I guess there isn't a particular command. I just know that if you pick it up and shake it, it's a shuffle. Which is kind of a, if I just hit a key? Nope, not that key. Is it not doing the thing? Hold on. Did it close? Oh, it's not. Hold on. Okay. Why is it having trouble? I wonder. Because this is not the first thing that's having trouble with it. So it's kind of a case of, Oh! I get it now. Okay, that's why. Can I change this? Frick. Okay, hold on. Oh, this is going to involve me having to change something else as well. I didn't quite realize. Also, I should lock. I wonder what it's going to do. Can I? Oh. Can I do this? Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna need to reset this. Okay. I guess one of the ports was already being used, so it updated to a different port. And so I changed it in some locations, but not in others. So I'm going to redeem or reject that. So you have that back. Reject. Both of them are rejected. Have your points back. And there's one more thing I have to update. I kind of doubt that's going to strictly affect the other thing I was hoping would be fixed. No, I don't have that prepared. I don't have gardening tools or anything like that prepared. It's going to be the scythe and fruit one still. Is it going to figure it out? Is it going to figure out? Connect? Actually, will this work? Yes! It works. Okay. I wonder why. That's a little strange. When I had it on a different port earlier, my API stuff for VTube Studio, it wasn't allowing expression changes. So I wasn't able to blush or anything like that. But swapping back to the default port seems to have made it work. Technology. Why can't it connect? Port? Oh, okay, there we go. I kind of wish it gave it a short amount of time. I don't know if it needs... I guess it was probably a minute. Okay, things should work now. That's my bad. So we have 6 cards for each player as their starting hands. Players look at the hands of cards, place a deck in the middle of the table. During the game, each player will build a garden in the space in front of them. I'm going to double check something. Solo rules. We're going to start trashing some stuff over here. We don't need all this for a 2-player game. So we have a scoreboard and one beside me for McGregor. I wonder if we can just get away with, like... Shoot. Actually, we can just drop him off the table. Boop, boop. 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 Don't need all these walls. Does it really have to be beside me for McGregor? Can I still have him, like, on the other side? Oh, I guess it's actually probably useful to do it. Well, I'll do it this way. What? Sorry, just had a thought. Okay. Let's see, McGregor's board next to us. So we're going to draw 6 cards. There we go. 12 in a face down. Oh, there we go. There we go. It works. Actually, I just realized that we don't have music. Is that a good idea? Should I pop it up? I do not believe that there's any music in the game itself. I can bring up a source. I can bring up a source. Give me a second. And then we'll bring up the music box too. Actually, we're gonna move it a little bit. Well, okay. I see what I did here. I'm actually going to switch views real quick. Nope, this one. This is the TTS setup. This is the setup I made for a TTS. Because of the particular layout. It's kind of hard to judge in some games how the layout should be, but TTS, I don't really ever use these. There's no problem with overlaying. I just realized something is out of alignment. It's out of alignment. Why is it out of alignment? If we just nudge. Just nudge. Is this lined up? Yes. Is it? Close enough. Close enough. It's a little bit of a pain to have everything individual, but at the same time, it's really nice to be able to move things around. Hello, Grace. Hope you're having a good night. What are you drinking? What are you drinking? Let's see. Aussie super dry? So kind of light, right? Actually, I don't know if I've had Aussie in a very long time. Like, it's kind of a light beer, right? Can I just... I can't split. I'm gonna split it into... Oh, no. Oh, yes? Just back off the board. Crisp, refreshing lager. Thank you for the water. I'm gonna have some. I don't have any tea tonight. It's a little warm for that, so I have seltzer instead. Plain seltzer. What? We're going to... It's kind of a... I don't want to... I guess... There's no one else to really deal to. I guess if I just draw... Actually, I shouldn't, because then I'm going to see what they are. 5, 6. Come on. Put them in a stack. Put them in a stack. Organize them. I think that's gonna be it. You recognize this song? Toby Fox? I don't recognize it. I think it's... If it's Toby Fox, that is kind of a... Isn't he the guy behind Undertale and stuff? Or is that someone else? Main duck. I shuffled it. I shuffled it? I think I shuffled it. Yeah, so he did Undertale and some other stuff. I have not played Undertale. I've not played Homestuck. I've not watched or read Homestuck. I haven't... He was in Omori too? Or like he had a guest song in Omori? And he did Deltarune, of course. But I don't know which one this is from. If it's from anything, because there's also a case of... There's another song that I listened to. That he got someone to sing. 74, I believe is the name of the song. I played it on stream once. And it has a motif that is repeated in one of his songs that was published, I think, in Deltarune, but I don't know if it had lyrics in the game, honestly. So it might be that it has some repetition from a song in there, but it's not the same song. You know? So we have 12 for McGregor. On the opposite of McGregor's scoreboard, away from where I am sitting. If his scoreboard is on the right, place a check on the right side of his scoreboard. Okay, so it's over here, I guess. So we did the setup. So we're going to be building in front of ourselves. I did read that we're going to be building a 3x3, although it's going to become a 3x4. So Flourish may be played competitively or cooperatively, using the same rules. Decide which way you will play before beginning the game. If playing cooperatively, players may talk about any cards that have already been played, but they may not share any information about cards in their hands. The game is played over 4 rounds. During each round, you will play a total of 3 cards, then score any end-of-round abilities played in the current round. At the end of the game, after the 4th round, you will score all cards in your garden with end-of-game abilities. So we have card details. Each card in the deck has an end-of-round scoring ability shown at the top of the card, and or an end-of-game scoring ability shown at the bottom of the card. Okay. Most cards also have 1 or more colored plant symbols shown on the left side of the card. Cards are worth points according to how many plant and stone symbols are in yours or your neighbor's garden. Your neighbors are only those 2 players directly to your left and right. Stone symbol or plant name? The plant's names on the cards are scientific Latin names. So... Gameplay. Each turn of the game is played simultaneously by all players. Just quick comparison versus solo. Okay, basic rules. Honestly, not so long. I mean, this is only a 6-page rulebook, and most of them are 1 page for scoring, variants, 1 for setup, and like pieces. So really just thinking about how this would be laid out as a physical book. So this is the front page, then you have this on the left and this on the right, and then on the other side of that sheet is this, and this is going to be opposite of this, and then the back. Okay, it would be kind of nice if they had all the gameplay on 1 sheet, like as 1 spread. But I can understand why this was done this way as well. Although, I guess it wouldn't make any difference if they had, yeah. Scoring in the back is kind of helpful. Okay, let's see. Play and pass. 6 cards in your hand. Choose 1 card to play and 2 cards to pass. Place the card you are going to play face down in front of you. Pass 1 card face down over the wall to each of your neighbors. The player is directly on your right and left, over the garden wall. Once all players have played and passed, all players should reveal their played card, then draw the 2 cards passed to you and 1 additional card from the top of the deck. Continue to play and pass until you've played 3 cards. This is the end of the round. For ease of scoring, arrange the cards for each round in their own row, creating a 3x3 grid over the course of the first 3 rounds. Then you score the rounds, check if there's any Any of the cards that you've played have an end of round scoring ability. If so, score the card and play this round by counting the relevant symbols on all appropriate cards, even if those cards were played on a previous round. End of round scoring abilities that were played in a previous round do not score again. Keep track of your score on your scoreboard. Ah, okay, that explains why there's the 3. Wait a second. Sorry, just zooming in, and it's kind of a, why is there an arrow here pointing this way and an arrow here pointing this way? What is it? Why? I'm a little surprised it's not left and right. Fourth and final round. After scoring the third round, draw the 2 cards past you, but do not draw an additional card from the deck. Each player chooses 3 cards to play face down and discards the remaining 2 cards face down. Huh. So, not really any drafting for the last round. When all players have chosen their 3 cards to play, reveal the cards and score any end of round abilities on those played cards. This seems like it could be a very quick game, honestly. End of game. All players score all cards in their garden that have an end of game ability. If it's competitive, highest score wins the game. Don't need to worry about the rest. Ties won't happen. Ties won't happen, right? Just worry about it if a tie happens. Cooperative. Try and earn as many points as possible to win as a team. Huh. 30, 40, 50. Oh, wait. Cooperative medal scores. Okay. If it's a 2-player game, a tie. No, ties never happen. Just seeing the cooperative versus solo medal score stuff, and it's just kind of a Oh, but solo is for playing solo. Okay, that's why the score is solo, I'm guessing. So low, solo. I do feel like there is one game I remember playing where we had to go like 3 steps into the tiebreakers to finally break it. I just don't remember what game, but I feel like it's not super common for it to have that many, actually. I'm wondering if that was a game of Sheriff. I feel like it may have somehow been a game of Sheriff. Let's see. So we have 2-player rules. We're going to skip those. Scoring examples. This is probably important to understand before playing. In round 1, you play a path, tree, and a feature. The path gives you 2 green symbols, and at the end of the game, they'll be worth 3 points for each tree in both of your neighbor's gardens. So that's what those symbols mean. It's kind of I can't zoom in any closer. It is what it is. Camera what? Camera what? I kind of wish I could move it to the right, but I guess at the same time. It's a little difficult sometimes to find places to put things like chat. The tree gives you 3 green symbols and will score at the end of this round for each green symbol you have. Okay. 5, because 3 on the tree and 2 on the path. At the end of the game, it will be worth 4 points for each green path that you have. Okay. The feature does not give you any symbols. It is worth 9 points at the end of the game if your garden has at least one tree in it, which it already does. Okay. Next is, in round 2, you play a lawn, a hive, and a plant. Wait a second. Sorry, I'm trying to read. I was trying to read what the plant card was, but I guess we're going to find out. We're going to find out because it's kind of a echinacea. Is that echinacea or like... I can't read it. It's so small. Like, it's not Edelweiss, right? It's kind of a... Is it ECH or is it ED? I can't tell at this distance. We'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, but they're in Latin, so it can't be Edelweiss. Can't be that. So I may not be familiar with the Latin names for them, honestly. But I might still be able to identify them by how they look. But in this case, I don't know. I don't know. A little sad they don't have the same for the trees, though. Give me the Latin name for this tree. Round 2. The lawn does not give you any symbols. At the end of the round, it scores you 1 point for each green symbol you have. Right. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, right. Okay. So it's going to be scoring from the previous round, like the content of that. At the end of the game, it will score 1 point for each stone symbol you have, which is currently 5. Because it's forward counting the hive. The hive gives you 1 red symbol and will score at the end of the round 2 points for each blue symbol in one of your neighbor's gardens. So if a neighbor has 3 blue symbols, it will give you 6 points. The plant gives you 1 red symbol and will score at the end of the rounds 1 point for each green and red symbol you have. 5 green, 2 red for a total of 7. 1 red symbol. Green and red. Okay. We did that, and we have the variants. Okay. Look, we already finished the rules. Not too hard. Except for the solo rules. What's going to happen? On your turn, play 1 card to your garden, then pass 2 cards to McGregor by placing them in a stack on the side of his scoreboard closest to you. Then play the top card from McGregor's deck into his garden, and draw 2 cards from his deck into your hand, plus 1 more card from the main deck. Finally, take the 2 cards you passed McGregor and shuffle them into his deck, and then place them back face down. You are never allowed to look at the cards in McGregor's deck. I know I'm going to slip up at some point, and it's not going to be deck. I'm just waiting for that to happen. Score. Every time you score at the end of the rounds, also score McGregor's garden. Keep track of his score on his scoreboard. Also score his end of game abilities at the end of the round. Ends of the game. Subtract McGregor's total score from your total score to determine your overall score. Then see which medal you've won. See page 6 for a list of medal requirements. What could I possibly be worried about, right? It's an inherited trait. It's an inherited trait. My mother cannot say peanut butter. My mother cannot say peanut butter. To be fair to her, peanut butter is not common where she's from the old country. It's not really a thing. Peanuts aren't. You may also find it enjoyable to keep a record of your highest score ever for all of your solo games. And a compost variant, but we're going to skip that too. And scoring reference real quick, looking at them. So we have... I'm gonna look at the stone symbols first. Any tree, path, wall, a hive, lawn feature. A hive isn't a feature. Then we have the white rose counts as only one copy of any plant symbol. Each time is used for scoring. It can be counted as different symbols within the same round. When comparing for majority scoring, the rose album must be included. Different symbols within the same round, but it's only one copy. Okay, that makes sense. It just seems a little strange to specify that first part. Like, oh, it counts only as one copy of any plant symbol. Like, yeah, it's only one card. Despite the second half of that statement. When comparing for majority scoring, the rose album must be included. Okay. But I suppose without that first part of the line, like, I guess that's something people might try and do. Scoring. Score 1 point for every rose in your garden. Score 1 point for every rose in your garden. And 1 point. Okay, yep. That makes sense. Sorry, just the line in between, and it's kind of an, oh, it's an or symbol, isn't it? Or no, it's double. If it's double, it's an or, right? Actually, wait. No. It's not the same. I'm thinking like Zor? No. Is XOR exclusive or? Like it's one or the other, not both? Or is it a case of I've forgotten those codes. I've forgotten those comparison symbols. Statement symbols? It's a feature. Also helps your garden out, I guess. Helps your garden out. And native gardens are all the rage, right? Nothing more native than like supporting the bee population. Nothing more native than supporting the bees. I have to confess, for my own garden, I don't know how popular this is in certain areas. I don't know if it exists in the area that I'm from, but I heard about it somewhere and I'm going to stick to it. No mow May. To help out the native pollinators and stuff, don't mow your lawn. So I can't afford to do that for the entire thing, but it's kind of the back garden is, I gotta be honest, I'm kind of looking at getting a scythe. I'm kind of looking at getting a scythe because it is very tall grass. It is very tall grass. It is nice looking in a very wild way. But maybe I just need to take the weed whacker to it. But man, what if they're not native bees? I don't know if non-natives... Okay, there's like Africanized bees, right? I don't really know a whole lot about them. Get a scythe, like hit... Yeah! I don't actually know how to use a scythe, but how hard can it be? How hard can it be to use a scythe? Don't quote me on that. Like, how... now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of like, can I even get a scythe? Can I even... Do they... I'm sure there's places nearby that sell scythes, maybe, but at the same time, kind of a, how do I transport it? That might be a little difficult. But yeah. Supporting the bee population at the cost of getting fired because the employer's kids got stung. Good thing I don't have to worry about that. Get off my lawn. You're not supposed to be in here. It's not like I have a whole lot of lawn, but get out. Get out. Trying to keep the kids off the lawn. But I think it's also helping out. I want to say my location seems to be popular for the local fauna. Thinking about the little robins and some of the other birds nearby, and the screaming creatures in the trees. And I'm actually kind of lucky because I haven't. Some of my plants from last year are the seed sprouted. I kept some of the veggies, and they count as veggies and other things. And so it kind of, they reseeded themselves. Granted, I understand that it's not going to be the same because it's uncontrolled. I don't know what kind of peppers are going to sprout because I had a bunch of different peppers next to each other, and same with the tomatoes. But I'm willing to take that chance to see what sprouts. I'm willing to take that chance. So I've got some unknown tomatoes and peppers that are going to be popping up. I remember seeing the bees last year, and they were so cute, little fuzzy things. I don't want to like be near them necessarily, just let them do their job. I'm not going to interfere. And the same thing with some of the wasps. Some of the wasps are okay. The ones that eat the hornworms, I say eat, I mean like completely demolish from the inside out. Like those guys are fine. I don't really have a problem with the other wasps. They haven't really come around. But yeah, there's a parasitic wasp that will eat hornworms, and hornworms eat tomatoes and tobacco and a few other things, but tomatoes was my major concern. Would a cat try and knock a hive down? A hive of bees? I hope not. I'm thinking about the hives that I've seen in the past, and what I'm thinking of has been wasp nests in the ground, and a cat could get involved with that, but I would hope that they would be smarter than that. Wasps does it kill roaches? I would like that too. I'm okay. I've never been stung. But I am greatly afraid of it. Same thing, like maybe I've been bitten by spiders, but I don't remember, or I haven't noticed. And I should say, I don't remember being bitten by ticks, but I believe I have been in the past. I have aftermath proof, but not like any other confirmation. Cats are known for jumping at flying bugs. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Kind of a case of hopefully they would learn their lesson early on with a single one and not fuck with them after that. The spicy flies. But I haven't. All my cats are indoor only, so indoor and garden. Garden does not count. Forbidden flies. I have to wonder if all my cats have been outdoors for a portion of their lives, whether it be for just like 2 days to 3 years or so. I have to wonder if the older ones, the ones that spent more time outdoors, ever were involved in that sort of thing. But they're all good hunters, or were good hunters in their own right for at least part of their lives. I know that much. I have seen the aftermath. And yeah, they like bugs too. The most surprising one, though, so far has been the vole. I don't think cats can taste sweet. I think they can taste like fat, like fat and protein, like that kind of thing. But I don't think that they are known for sweet. Although actually I do have some catnip growing and well, they like catnip. 2 out of 3 really like catnip. And it's kind of a herbaceous thing and it doesn't really fit in any of the categories, but it just is. It just is. Actually, I can't remember now if it's catnip or catmint, but I think it's nip. Mint is related to catnip, but it's like a lesser thing, and it's much more likely to be used as a garden piece. Although it has the same problem as catnip in that regard. My sister, I think I got mine if I have cat mint from my sister, and she had a plant that was fine for a number of years. Until she was between dogs. Until she was between dogs. She has German Shepherds. And not that the dogs did anything to cats. It's more like just, I guess, the very nature of having the dogs scare the cats away. So yeah, when she was between dogs, she found her cat mint would often have cats lying in them. Sweet yogurts. They might just be for the yogurt, like the dairy, the fats in that. They might be attracted to that more so. I know my cats bother me when I open tuna or salmon. I think they've figured out that not all cans are fish, but enough cans are. Okay. We had 1.4. Whoa, you have 1,600 species of native bees? Just, dang, that's a lot of bee types. I wonder, okay, really quick. Is there a beekeeping board game? There's gotta be a beekeeping board game, right? Plenty. I suppose the question is the age range. There's Beekeeper. There's Forge the Bee Game. Hive, a game crawling with possibilities. Queens, the bears and the bees. These are not at all necessarily beekeeping, but bee related. And Van Ryder Games, Bees, The Secret Kingdom. But yeah, Beekeeper seems like it's the closest, and it's a... Wait, is it even out yet? Yeah, it came out 8 years ago or so. But I guess it's such a light game that... Or hard to get. 18 people own it on BGG. It's a children's game. Okay, that'll explain a lot. Floriferous. Hold on. We're gonna bring this up really quickly. Is this... Okay, it is available in English. But that's not the right one. Let me grab it and put it in the right spot. Floriferous. It's kind of a... I have a new game to look for. Look at this. Big fancy word. Lots of flowers. Mums. Daisies? No, dandelions. Daisies. No, it's daisy. It's a daisy. Lilies. Look at that art. Look at that art. Very pretty. Ooh. Frick. I wonder how it plays. Oh, look at the... the different little tokens. Like, it's the same printing, but honestly, there's a lot of different flowers that have 5 petals. But look, you can do a lot. Like, the difference here between the sakura and honestly whatever else that is. Not certain, but it's not a sakura. Ah, it's pretty. I'll have to look for this one. God. This is a cat lady game. Oh, okay. Let's see. 2021. 1 to 4 players. It's fairly light. It's got bees in it. For a second, it was kind of a wait. It's played over 3 days. There's no way you can get anyone. It's a Kickstarter game. Okay. It's a Kickstarter game. I'll just have to see where else I can find info for it. But yeah. Oh, right, for scythes. Yeah. Terrible weapon. Not very good. But, you know, if I'm using it for the intended purpose of basically cutting fields, a field, I should say, it should be okay. Now that I think about it, it's kind of, how many sweeps would it take? And it's kind of, maybe 16 sweeps? Depending on how much, I guess how big the scythe is, but just thinking about like in visuals of watching people cut, and it's kind of it might be even less than that. It might be even less than that. Maybe just for like making sure it cleaned up, because I feel like, it's not a very big garden, but it is mine. Okay. So we have, sorry, continuing the scoring check. 6 points, score 6 points if you have equal to or more flowers than either of your neighbors. Or score 9 points if you have equal to or more flowers than roses, than each of your neighbors. You have to have at least one of that symbol in your garden to qualify. Something's crashing. Something's crashing. Next section. Score 3 points for every wall in your garden, including the wall and card that you are scoring for. Then more specific, score points for every whatever it is with a symbol, that specific symbol you have in your garden. Okay. Then the little arrows. Let's see. So you score points if you have 1 or more in your garden. 9 points if you have 3 or more. Okay. Score 9 points if you have 5 or more of at least one plant symbol in your garden. And then score 9 points if you have 1 or more of each in your garden. So I guess we're going to probably play that a little bit by ear for scoring. We'll figure it out. I don't expect the game to take very long. Might be able to play multiple. Well, we should be able to play multiple rounds to get the feel of it. But I guess we are also going to be scoring for McGregor at the same time. We did that. So we play 1 tour garden and pass 2 cards to McGregor. I'm gonna move this over here. I feel like it's gonna be easier, so let's look at the cards a little bit. Okay, maybe I should move the music box. I'm gonna move that over here for now because I don't really know if it's strictly necessary. And we're gonna do that. Yeah. There we go. The symbols aren't exactly the same. Sorry, the arrow to the... Okay, this is a little embarrassing. I never really remember which is lesser than or greater than. I believe that this is greater than, and I only know that because of some extracurricular activities of mine. I remember that less than, if you put two of them together, it looks like a rewind symbol. So it's kind of it looks like fast forward, so that's greater than. Oh, actually, just thinking like L. The shape of an L is closer to a less than. Yeah. So reverse L is greater than. That's the only reason I remember. I've been caught on that multiple times. I know there's a whole thing about, so the alligator eats the greater number, but when I'm thinking about how to put it, I often see it more often, I guess, without like numbers attached. So thinking about it that way. If you don't use it, you lose it. Use it. Use it. Oh, but they do have the symbols. Okay, I'm actually looking a little bit too far over to the right. They still have the arrow marker next to the 6. I kind of wish I could... Actually, you know what? I can. I have another copy of the rules. I'm just going to pop that over here. We're going to pop that. Come on, let me do this. Excellent. So we have... nine arrow stone. So score 9 if you have one or more trees in the garden. Essentially, that's this card. This one is score 1 point for any. Score 1 point for any whatever in your garden. Is that really how it reads? Like, actually? Huh. Okay. That seems a little broad. Anemone coronia. Or sorry, coronaria. Anemones are a flower. So it is score 1 for every green and we'll score 1 for every iris, I believe. Let me double check. I'm pretty certain that's an iris. They don't describe in the rule book. Yeah, that's an iris. Second guessing myself. Actually, wait. Yeah, it is. It auto-completed to a different flower website. It auto-completed to a different flower website that had an iris on it. Fake Pros CD game of cows. I don't know what that is. Vaguely reminds me of Plants vs. Zombies, but Actually, that would probably be kind of fun to play on stream, maybe. It's been a very long time since I've played it. Wonder if it's gotten updates. And it's thematically appropriate. Although there's some other things I want to play before that, I would imagine. So we have an iris card. Okay. The iris card, or the Centauria Cyanus. I don't know what the name of this is. Hold on. Centauria. Oh, okay. It's a cornflower. It's a cornflower. And then we have a hive. Okay. So this counts as that kind of flower symbol, and you get 1 point for each iris type and for each mushroom. Hello, Masaku. Hope you're doing well. I'm playing a flower game. I'm playing a flower game. A gardening game. Let's see. What are we going to put down? If I read this correctly, it's actually kind of crazy. So because it's literally score 1 for any. I suppose the case is like, is it actually that? I want to double check. Because that's not an example of they... Wait, hold on. There is an example. There was an example in the book. Hold on. The lawn. Lawn does not give you any symbols. At the end of the round, it scores you 1 point for each green symbol you have. At the end of the game... Oh, end of the game for each stone symbol. I'm like zooming in and out on the side. Okay, so this card is end of round. Green rose. Either of your neighbors, you need to have score 1 point. Score 1 point if you have equal to or more of one of those two symbols than either of your neighbors. Wait, no, it's not. It's score 1 point for every of those symbols in only one neighbor's garden. Okay. There's a lot of ways this can be taken. What kind of... I think we're going to try and make I want to say a flower-heavy garden as I start dumping in a hive. It's not very flower-heavy. We're going to drop this in as our first. And let's double-check the rules real quick, because... So, we're going to play this card, then we pass 2 cards to McGregor. What cards are we going to pass to McGregor? We're going to pass... this one, I think. It's a lot of points. It's a lot of points, actually. Frick. That's 9 points. We're gonna give him this one then instead, which is... Oh, I guess it's only 9 points end of game. And the same thing here. This is a end of game, score 1 point for every one of those symbols. And otherwise... I want this card for my own deck. Do I? Actually? What I want is green and iris. Or hive. So honestly, this is a perfectly good card. Like, this is what we're going to play next. This is also good, but at the same time... Okay, this one. We're going to do this after all. So, rule check. We're going to pass these 2 cards to McGregor, placing the stack on the side of his scoreboard closest to you. So we're actually going to put this on top. We'll build the garden at the bottom. We'll build the garden at the bottom. Play the top card from McGregor's deck into his garden. Blah, come on. And draw 2 cards from his deck into my hands. Plus 1 more card from the main deck. We drew those 2, and we're drawing 1 from the main deck. Then we play the 2 cards. Take the 2 cards you pass to McGregor and shuffle them into his deck. And then place it back face down. Okay, we're going to flip. Do this. Shuffle. Didn't need to do that much, but that's how it is. We can't look at what's in his deck. What did he play? He played mushrooms. Chafaria rugoso anulata. I'm actually tempted to try and grow some mushrooms. That's a thing that people do now, right? At the same time, I guess I should look into what mushrooms are easily available. But at the same time, it's kind of a case of don't want to really grow something that you could just buy easily, but I want to say there's a number of mushrooms that I've seen in the stores, so it's kind of what's really left that I don't know about that would be interesting to, or like is tasty and also kind of easy to grow. And then I guess it's also a case of like, can I keep the cats out of it? Can I keep cats out of it? Cats. Okay, so we have our hands again. That's a lot of, okay, that's a lot of mushrooms. So it's a mushroom path. Then we have a giant flower thing. And we have our yard, we have this, and we have this. I think this was what I wanted to do. Because it ties in very well with our previous card because of the end of game hive scoring. A bit. Let me double check that real quick. Okay. So we need... let me triple check. I don't know if that's really possible. I think it's kind of more of a... it is or it isn't. And besides, it's kind of a... it's more like substrate. Like you inoculate the substrate with mushroom, fungus, or whatever. So that's more so it. It wouldn't be necessarily growing wild. I'm double checking to see how this would be scored. So this is... This symbol isn't quite matching up exactly to what's on here. So it's a case of score 2 points for every hive Oh. In... Okay. Each neighbor's garden, I'm guessing? Is that what it really is? Hold on, I'm gonna double check the rules again because it's a little strange. It's a little strange. Okay. So it's equal to the path symbol, I think. Yeah, the path. So that's worth 3 points for each tree in both of your neighbor's gardens. So that means I fucked up. I have to give this to McGregor and hope he uses it. Normally you don't find okay, you do find mushrooms in gardens sometimes, but like usually people aren't trying for it. Usually people aren't trying for it. I mean, there is beauty in mushrooms too. I know that there's, in the language of flowers, blah blah blah, tussie-mussy stuff. Fungus does have a meaning after all. It's not a kind meaning, but it's still there. And there's some really cool looking mushrooms. There's some really cool looking mushrooms. So I actually want to give this card away. I'm gonna set this aside as a warning to myself, to be honest. Actually, I should probably put it over here. I know I'm gonna give him this. So I suppose, okay, so this is another one that's more so for the neighbor. So the scoring for this one, a lot of this is memorizing how the scoring works. Or understanding, like being able to quickly read the scorecard, which I'm not very good at yet. So this is score 4 points for every path with the blue flower symbol on it that you have in your garden. 4 points for every one of those. And that's at the end of the game. In the game, it is score 1 for every one of these symbols in the garden. So I think I might actually want to play this. It's a bit of a shame because, wait. This is banking on neighbors. This is the scoring for the round banks on neighbors. So we have that. Now we just have to figure out what the card to give away is. Thinking about it, and this is kind of okay, it depends on how I'm growing my garden, but both of these are these are basically the same, just different types of symbols on them. But basically scoring points off of plant trees on your neighbors. And I already planted 1 tree, so that's 3 points right there. This one is points for any stone symbol. That's 2 points. So that this maxes out at 9. I guess this has a higher max, but it's at the same time not likely to hit that max compared to this. This is going to be probably the least in the end. And this is a lawn. I believe this is a lawn card. 4 points for every lawn. And he doesn't have a lawn, so I'm going to do this. Those are my 2 cards. And real quick check back to make sure I'm playing this correctly. What? So we played one card. I'm gonna move my garden a little bit. We don't want it to be too close to neighbor's yard. We have to, HOA says it has to be at least 20 feet away from property line. God, if I had to deal with that, it's kind of a what would be left? What would be left? Okay, we dropped 2 cards over here. So we're going to play the top card of his deck. Ah, okay. And we draw 2 cards from his deck into my hands. 1 card from the main deck. We take these 2 cards, flip them, drop them in, shuffle. Gonna shuffle 3 times for luck. Although actually at the same time it's kind of a way I'm giving him luck. Maybe not. So what do we get? What do we get? I feel like I should create a little score sheet and place it on the side constantly. Otherwise, actually, yeah, I think I'm going to do that really quickly because otherwise it might be a little hard to follow. Let me zoom in a little bit more on this and grab the scoring reference. I'll make a very quick image for it. Granted, this does not show all the permutations, unfortunately, but at the same time, they just didn't. They only gave them as examples in play and not in the score sheet. Why? Why? Actually, I should save this way. Okay. Where do I save it? Question of the day. Where do I save anything? Where do I save anything? I'm going to adjust this. We're going to reset the transform. Gonna pop it and see. Okay, that's quite big. Real quick, how big is this going to be? It's gonna be so small. Maybe if I move this back? We're gonna move it back over here. Up here. But up at the top. We actually aren't really using it very much in terms of space. The bottom is more important. Then we grab this and we can resize it so it's a little bigger. This is actually not just a solo game, but I'm only playing a solo game. We'll just leave it like that. The main game is actually supposed to be, if I pop up the rules, the full rules. This is going to be overlaid by the blah. Okay. The actual rule book shows that it's meant to be played with like a lot of people, more people. It just happens to have a solo variant, and I think it's probably going to be a more interesting solo variant than Ocean's solo, honestly. I want to say it's not the first game that I've played that's been garden themed. There's another game that someone else brought to one of my game nights. I don't remember what the name of it was, but I did tweet about it, and I remember very specifically an image. I just have to look through my history basically and look up probably like top 200 or maybe like top 500 games and see if I can boil it down to like, okay, which one of those games involves garden stuff, flowers more specifically, because I don't really think how much is okay, not that many. I want to say, let's check Flourish, maybe 7, 1 through 7, and it has different modes for competitive versus co-op, but it's like a card game more than a board game. Says a lot of people seem to think it works best with 3 players. It's not particularly complicated here. I'm mostly still getting used to the scoring. That's my big issue right here, trying to remember how to score. And I can take my time because it's a solo game with how I'm playing here. Let's see. And also trying to line up the perfect garden. Okay. I've not played mycology. Is it... So that's a foraging game. It's got a similar kind of look, honestly, in terms of super pretty board game. Like, look at this. And popping up mycology real quick. Sorry, grabbing it up. Yeah, mycology mushrooms. Just more so. Very pretty. Very pretty. This is mycology. A fun board game. It teaches you things like the looks of different mushrooms. So tokens, token based, change season. Yeah, this already seems way more involved than the current game, honestly. The game I'm playing, I feel like, so sometimes you're waiting for people to show up. You have a board game night and you're waiting for people to show up and you don't want to start anything big. This seems like one of those games you could finish. You should be able to finish relatively quickly. If people are playing, if they know the rules. I feel like you could say the same about a lot of things, but at the same time, you're only playing... I say you're only playing 12 cards. You could probably cut it down and be like, yeah, we're just gonna play 2 rounds. That's it. I want to say be choosy about the games that enter your board game collection. I don't have the space anymore to like buy every single game unless it's something that I think has a lot of replayability. I say as I have my second copy of Tragedy Looper that just arrived today. Oops, a little bit. I needed that second edition. I needed second edition, 5th edition, whatever edition it is. I needed the new edition. Okay, next card for the tableau. Check the scoring rules again. All the additions. All the expansions. Plus some printouts for the not yet translated ones. Over the years, though, it accumulates. I have some board games that I don't want to say I need to part with, but it's just like some of them are ones that didn't play as well as I had hoped, and then some of them are ones that I received and it's kind of never really had an interest in them, but like, what am I gonna do? So it's kind of where did they go? I have to find a place to see if I can, like, maybe donate some of them. At the same time, are the kids gonna want to play? Oh man, one of them is Magical Treehouse. Magical Treehouse sounds like one kind of game, looks like one kind of game. It plays a bit more difficultly than the target audience would appear to be, if that makes sense. It looks like a game for a younger crowd, and I feel like it might be a bit difficult for them. So in this case, it is 3 points for every tree in your neighbors. It's the same card as we've had. Well, similar, if not. This is the last card in this round. So this counts as a iris, and 9 points for every iris you have, or 9 points if you have equal to or more neighbors, or equal to or more irises than either of your neighbors. I guess I don't really actually have to worry about that because I only have one neighbor, so I can just treat it as your neighbor instead of worrying about or and. So roses. 3 points for every rose, or 3 points for every tree that is in your neighbor's garden. Our neighbor doesn't have any right now. I don't know if they're going to. And then we just have lawn. Lawn, and for every stone. And it counts as a flower. I don't actually have any that count as greenery. All I have is the one that counts as this. This would not be a bad card. And neither is this. But I think this might actually be more worthwhile. So I'm going to play this. Then we have to give up one for the neighbor. We're going to give up this. What's the next card? We're going to give him... This doesn't actually have a stone on it. Tree card count as 2 points? Which tree card? No. So... Quick showing of the rules in the rule book. Okay, I can't quite see it here. The rose one, it has 2 rose symbols, and it counts as a path with roses as well. And it is 3 point. If there is something on the top left, like this, those are end of round points that you count for scoring. Symbols on the bottom right are end of game point counting. So in this case, the reading for this is at the end of the round, you score 1 point for every one of those blue flowers in your garden. So this card alone, actually, I'll show you how I score in a second. Actually, because I put my card down and I just need to drop one more thing, and it's just kind of a case of what do I drop? They're so similar. I can explain the scoring for these because they're all about the same. They don't have any end of round. They only have end of game scoring in the bottom right. And how this scores is it is 3 points for every tree that the neighbors have. It is not really explained very well in the scoring system on the side here. However, in the scoring examples here, they have an example of it right up here in the path corner. So it describes the path gives you blah, blah, blah. It's worth 3 points for each tree in both of your neighbor's gardens. However, we are playing a solo variant, so we only have one neighbor. So we can kind of ignore part of it. But at the same time, if I give him this and he plays it, he earns 3 points for every tree I have. And I have at least one tree. And these are all the same. This, he scores 1 point for, if I were to give him this card, he scores 1 point for every card I have with a stone in the corner. So this could theoretically max out at 12 points. Well, actually 11 points now because I've played one without. The rest of these depends on how many trees I play. But he also doesn't have any end of round scoring. So I don't really want to plant any lawns. I've already planted a hive, so I'm kind of fucked there. I don't really want to give him any lawns, so I guess I'm just going to play one of these and try not to play any more trees. And maybe, like, diversify what the symbols are, because I don't want him to, like, get too much mushrooms and then ends up with a really good mushroom card. So we're going to give him the roses one instead. So, double checking the rules here real quick. But we're playing against McGregor, by the way. It feels kind of intimidating, like a gardener named McGregor. Actually, in The Simpsons, is the lawn is the maintenance, like landscaper, the old Scottish guy McGregor? I feel like it is. Okay, so we pass 2 cards to McGregor. We play the top card from his deck into his garden. And draw 2 cards from his deck into my hand. Boop. Plus 1 more card from the main deck. Boop. And we're going to flip these. Put them in his deck. Shuffle. Willie. Is he only Willie? He doesn't have a last name? He feels like a McGregor, though, doesn't he? He feels like a McGregor. Groundskeeper Willie. Right. So we have hit the end. We're going to score the round. Actually, one more thing. There's 3 things, and it's kind of a... Oh, it's actually meant to be hundreds. Okay. So it really is digits. McGregor is planting things in his own garden. It's a solo variant, so kind of gotta... I'm pretending to be McGregor every now and then. I should have a fake mustache for that, but I don't. Besides, isn't that actually really passé now? It's been out of style for what? God, 10 years? 13 years, perhaps? I know, like 20 years ago. God, has it really been 20 years ago? If I think about it. Okay. Maybe 20 years ago it was cool. Maybe 20 years ago it was cool. Mustaches. Like fake mustaches. I'm gonna ask you a question, that kind of stuff. The handlebar mustaches on a stick. Those aren't cool anymore, right? Are they? Have they looped back around? Okay. Actually, I'm going to double check one more thing with the rules. Just, we score like normal. Okay. So we just score like normal. Yeah, I actually know someone who has a tattoo of it on their finger, so they can just hold up their finger at the appropriate angle, which is pretty much just like holding their finger up to their face And they've got, you know, a little mustache there. At the point I saw that, I had kind of forgotten that it was a thing. But just having that constant reminder on your finger. Although I guess depending with the angle, you wouldn't really be able to see it. Just, Yeah. You can already grow and style it. You can get your fancy mustache wax. And oils. Unless, do you like oil mustaches? I know there's like beard oils, but I don't know if that applies for mustaches. I profess, I don't really know a whole lot about mustache care. I would assume it's a bit different than hair care, though, because of the sheer length of it. Thank you for the water. I'm out of water. I might take a break so I can fetch some more water. But first I'm going to score. So, I don't believe order really matters. We should score 1 point for every iris or green thing in our neighbor's garden. This is worth nothing based on this. However, we do score 1 point for every one of these flowers in our garden. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 points. And that's it. We only scored 5 points. Wow, that kind of sucks. Water. I'm not drinking. I drank on Tuesday for my birthday. And I drank yesterday. And I had a few things. I had a beer that tasted like Tang because they actually used Tang in it. It just tasted like alcoholic Tang, but like more Tang than alcohol by far. That was just like a taste, though. There was something else I didn't like. I got to try apple goo. I should grab up a picture of apple goo because you think I'm just saying like it's a weird apple thing, but no, no, it is distinctly called apple goo. Let me grab it. I had something else too. I don't remember what it was. Apple goo. Wait, there's a photo? Okay, yeah. This is not my photos, and it looked a little different when I had it. Okay, there's a couple other photos. We're gonna grab this one and this one, because they kind of show very distinct things in these photos. Okay, so here we have apple goo. You can tell it's apple goo. It's supposed to be like a mead, and it's if you're having it in a dark area where there's not a lot of light, it has this color to it. It is toxic green, right? But it gets even more toxic when there's a bright light. It gets really lit up. It's like you're drinking Slimer. And it's a mead, but it's kind of a light mead. And so I had it in it wasn't in a pint glass, but it was more than a wine glass. And I could not finish it. It was just, it was fine when it was cold, but when it got warmer, it got like, I don't want to say, it wasn't viscerally sticky, but it was very sickly sweet and kind of sticky, yeah. So I think it needed a smaller pour, to be honest. I don't really complain about pour sizes. This was just a lot of very sweet at once. It's not soda. It is a mead. It is an alcohol. It is a mead. Let me double check what exactly it is, but its name is apple goo. I actually have a bottle of this as well that I picked up before. I have another bottle. I have another bottle, and It's kind of maybe I'll make a syrup out of it. It might be good as a syrup. I do try a lot of new drinks. This is one of them. When I'm buying things, I like to try new ones. But I want to say I rarely meet ciders I don't like. Sometimes meads are hit and miss. This did not really taste like a mead. This was more like a regular alcoholic concoction. This actually, initially, I guess, wait, it's kind of was it this or was it something else where it tasted like, no, it was this. The beginning tasted like you took a Jolly Rancher, a sour apple Jolly Rancher, and melted it into a liquid. That's what it tasted like, mixed with seltzer or something. I'm not really a hard candy person, so yeah. Not really. Yeah, so if you really like sickly sweet drinks, apple goo is for you. I like my ciders drier. I don't mind sweet ciders, but the only other cider I distinctly remember not really liking very much was a hoppy cider, and I'm not a huge fan of hops. That's one of the reasons why I don't really like drinking beer. Most of them are well, I shouldn't say most. Some categories are very hoppy. There's a few categories that are like super easy drinkers because they're very fruity and not very beery, like framboise type things. And then there's the one that was basically Tang. It's kind of does that really count as a beer? I guess so. Jolly Rancher. Yeah. So it's kind of maybe if I watered it down with seltzer, that would be fine. But I really think it might be better for me to just make it into a syrup and then use the syrup for something else. Like maybe I wonder if I can buy in America a kakigori kind of machine, like an ice shaver, because this could be really good as the syrup for that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's from Funktastic Meads, and it's considered a 7% mead, which in the grand scheme of things, like 7% is not really a lot for a mead. I think they're normally more like 12 to 14. What else? They're from Virginia. I don't know what else they put out. What else have they put out? 225 beers? Oh, okay. I'm looking at some of the other things that they've put out. Real quick. We're gonna pop open Untapped. So Untapped, they also put out Swedish Fish mead. They have a root beer mead. They have a Fairy Floss. Fairy Floss is cotton candy mead. A coffee mead. Raspberry Snowball. Are these like okay? No. Yeah, they've got like a bunch of weird meads. So that might be worth checking out. Okay, I nearly knocked something over. Come out as slush. Yeah, I've had some of those before too. They were okay. I would not try to throw something in the freezer because I have a visceral memory of my father throwing in a bottle of wine to the cooler to try and quickly cool a bottle of white wine, completely forgetting about it. And then later, I guess the next day or something, I went to get some ice from the ice bin, which was where the wine was stored. when it was a wine bottle. And shards of glass pouring down along with my ice. And then having to like clean out the entire ice tray because there was glass everywhere from it exploding. I am not putting any glass or metal in. Oh, also I've had exploding beer cans, even without them being cooled. Just, yeah, no. I'm not going to hazard exploding material in my freezer. Yeah. Yeah, the beer was also a surprise. That was a local brewery. And they weren't that old either. Like, I think they were maybe like 2 or 3 months. Not in the fridge or anything, but still. Spirits? They shouldn't freeze. Yeah, I've done that before. I put vodka in the freezer. But I think, of course, it has to be over a certain percentage. And I feel like this would not qualify. This would not qualify. Not at 7%. I think it would still freeze. A peanut flavored whiskey in the freezer and it poured slow like a syrup. Just thinking about, I wonder if it was a lower ABV that did that, or if it was a certain material in the does it have to do with it being peanut specifically? I think I've also, actually I've had, so years ago there were some tie-ins between specific properties and whiskey makers. So there was, for instance, a Blade Runner whiskey, and there was a Game of Thrones whiskey. I think there was 1 or 2 of the Game of Thrones whiskeys. I had the experience, I've had both of them. The Blade Runner 2049? The movie one, not the anime one. That one was pretty good, I remember. The Game of Thrones one, you had a tie-in. I wonder if I can find it now. Hold on. Game of Thrones whiskey. It had a special, it was the White Walker one. There were there were 2? There were 2. 3. My bad. Yes, I'm well over 21. Yeah, let's just bring this up. Wrong one. I don't want $10 off. So, the idea was that you were supposed to freeze the bottle of whiskey and like a cool pattern would show up, and it was way better cooled than warm for, I guess, 2 of these. Considering. Hello, Q. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Little Eclipse. Have a good night. Hope you have a good night as well. But yeah, some of them are made to be frozen. Well, I mean, not frozen, but like cooled as much as possible. Did the peanut one have anything like that? Like, cool it in the freezer? I was gonna say, there isn't something for hot whiskey, is there? And then thinking like, wait, no, there is. Hot toddy has hot whiskey in it, or like warmed whiskey, as opposed to like room temp whiskey. Because it's boiling water in whiskey, isn't it, for a hot toddy? Let me double check. Hot toddy. I have an entire book on winter cocktails. Okay, hot toddy. What is it made of? Boiling water, whiskey, and honey. Add cloves, cinnamon, and lemon slice. But yeah, so boiling water, whiskey, hot. warm whiskey at the worst, but hot whiskey is much more likely. Yeah, yeah. It just tastes terrible neat. Oh, it's 5:40 a.m. So have a good morning. Hope you get sleep, or hope you get energized for the day, depending on which way you're going. 35%. Yeah, sometimes things just, well, I mean, I've had some things that I think taste terrible, but other people think taste fine. It's pretty much like the entire category of beers for me. So maybe there's just some people who really like it syrupy. Really like their peanuts. Want to drink peanuts. Actually, I wonder how it compared to peanut oil, but I'm actually going to take a quick 5-minute break because I want to get some more water. I want to get some more water. I don't think I'm going to be coming back with anything to drink. I think that is, I mean, by drink, I mean, I'm not going to be coming back with like a surprise cider or surprise whiskey. 2 days this week was enough. 2 days this week was enough. I will be back. Okay, I'm back. And I still have the drinks up. Give me a second. I have my refresher. I mean, it's like that water from like 23 minutes ago. It's just slightly carbonated. Yes, that makes it a little acidic. But I guess like out of acidic versus basic, I guess I prefer slight acidity. Let's see. Let's see. I had scored. And he literally didn't score. So that is that round done. And now we get to start a new round. Which is going to be playing very much like the previous one. Let's see. What cards did we get that were new? We got these 3 that are new. We have... Wait. I thought we gave him this card? Oh, okay. I did shuffle, right? Hold on. Okay. Oh, okay. And then we have this one, which is... The scoring is 6 points if you have equal to or more irises than my neighbors, which I do. This is end of round. And then we have score 1 for each fungus. End of game is going to be score 3 points for every wall. Let me double check what that symbol is. Yeah. Score 3 points for every wall. This one has no end of game. This one score end of game 1 for every of that flower and fungus. Score 3 points for every tree that your neighbor has. Score 3 points for every tree your neighbor has. And then lawn. So honestly, this is best for us right now, I feel like. Kind of sucks that this wasn't really worthwhile, but I learned my lesson. So we're playing that, and now we have to toss 2 cards his way. I feel like I want to toss this back. I'm going to toss this back. And we'll see if it comes back. Is it going to keep coming back? Are the cornflowers going to haunt us? And then 3 points for every wall. He doesn't have any other walls. I know these are just going to be 3 points right now. This card is so... We're going to toss this. So what we're going to do now, double check the rules. We played 1, we passed 2. We're going to play the top card from his deck here. And it is... Ipamoe? Is that a... That's not a poppy, right? No, it doesn't look like a poppy quite. Ipamoe. Let's see. It's a genus. Ah. Hold on. So it has 600 species. It includes morning glory, water spinach, sweet potato, moonflower, bindweed. Okay. I thought it looked kind of like a moonflower, but at the same time, it looks closer to a morning glory. And I'm going to bring up, okay, morning glory. I'll bring up morning glory real quick. Okay, that's not the appropriate thing to look up. X, escape. I don't want full screen. Get me out of full screen. There we go. Double checking something. Okay. Morning glories. Morning glories here. So look kind of similar to what the picture had. But again, they went like a level higher than that. Cornflowers don't come from corn plants. Yeah. I've actually grown corn, and I'm just thinking about like I once told someone that like basically any plant you can think of flowers. So tomatoes have flowers. They're not like spectacular things, but they exist. Lemons flower, all that jazz. I didn't really think about corn, to be honest, because I've had corn and it does like the tassel thing, but I don't really remember like maize flowering. It does like silk. It's kind of weird. Corn is weird. But then again, I suppose because it's so special, I say specialized, it's humans have done things to corn. Humans have created corn, essentially. I don't know if there's a good photo. I mean, let's see. This might be the best depiction, but it's still just a stock photo, and it's not like, it's a stock illustration, I should say. Here's a stock illustration of corn. If beans flower? We'll get to the bottom of it in a bit. I mean, you say pretty flowers, and like tomatoes don't really have pretty flowers either. But they still have something that is visibly a flower if you're looking, even though it's small. Let me grab up tomato flower real quick. Like, they are kind of easy to miss. Here's tomato flowers on a tomato plant. Like, the plant can be really big, and the flowers are not, like, easy to miss, but at the same time, they're so small. They're so small. So I suppose... what kind of bean are we talking about here? String bean, let's say? It looks like string beans do flower, and they're actually kind of pretty, but they're probably a bit closer to what one would imagine from... yeah, okay, I can see it. I can see how it forms. Actually, there's a really cool image here of that. Let us grab up this site. Learning about gardening. Okay, this is really... I'm sorry, this is kind of very bright, but look. Flower. Pretty flower. It... Beans have flowers. I want to say this isn't surprising after seeing, like, tomatoes and other things. So true. What, the beans have flowers? Again, like, corn is weird. Corn is weird. Zucchini definitely has flowers. Peppers definitely have flowers. There's really not that much of a visible difference between the two to me. Green onion flowers are kind of pretty. They're actually flowering right now for me. I wonder if I can find a photo of that without, like, going weird. Yeah, mine look actually more like this. More like that, I guess? More like this. These. This is it. No, I don't want a pin. I just want to show you. Mine look like this. I want to say it's really easy to grow your own chives. It's really easy to grow your own green onion. I have a container. I have not replanted these things in probably half a decade. They just kind of go dormant and then they kind of pop back up. They've been in the same pot. I don't really do anything for it. They're super easy. You should be cutting off the flowers, but I honestly don't use them as much as I should. Don't remember any flowers. It might be because they're small and hard to miss. And depending on where you live and some other things, some plants can be difficult. I have some tomatoes. I've had some tomatoes that are really easy, and then some that did not get a single tomato out of, simply because of a combination of bad luck and some other issues. And then there have been some plants that have died outright. Did not make it super far in. Rip Venus flytrap. Depends on how finicky they are. But these are, at least, these are very forgiving. These are very forgiving, and also, you know, chives. They're good on a lot of different foods. And if not, they're kind of pretty. Although I would suggest I have them in a pot. I feel like it's the kind of thing that would easily spread in your lawn, and then that might be a problem depending on how much you want to deal with. Like, mine have basically taken up the width of the pot. It makes for a very striking display after like 5 years in that same pot. At the same time, though, I feel like they would have taken over a good portion of my yard if I had planted them in the ground. There are some plants that don't, they don't strictly spread by like flowers. They spread by like rooting systems, or bulbs. And you should split the bulbs every now and then. I feel like these actually need a cold snap. Now that I think about it. If they're anything like some of the other onions and bulb types. Maybe they won't be as good in the south. Look up what kind of zone you live in and then check out plants. Natives would be easiest to grow. See what's native in your area. Oh god, this is so bright. This image is so bright. Oh, it's kind of a case of he played this. I hadn't finished this though. It was a case of I have 3 cards. I need to draw one from... I played the top card from his deck. I need to draw 2 cards. One more. It's kind of a, did I fuck up? Why does he have one less card than I'm expecting in here? I'm not certain. I guess we'll figure it out later. Next round. Something that's worth 2, or something that has 2 flowers on it, and we don't really need to worry about this right now. We have 2 irises. 9 points if we have 1 or more walls in our garden. We don't have any walls. 3 points for every wall in our neighbors' gardens, I believe, for this card. 2 points for every hive in the neighbor's garden. They don't have any hives. This is kind of rough because we give him these cards. Well, if we give him this card, more specifically, that's a point, 2 points to him. He doesn't have any walls. And this is 3 points for every tree. And this is just 1 point for every stone. But I only have 2 stones now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The highest this will be is 8. So this is looking actually a little better and better every turn. But I still need to actually plant something in my own garden first. What is the best card for my situation? Realizing that only one of these has an end of turn. End of round. And that is this. Which is 1 point for every... That's 5 points. I could just play this. I think I will for now. I could play... I'm gonna play this in him and this. I'm gonna try not to plant any walls. Okay. Check the rulebook again real quick. I'm pretty certain that what I need to do here is I need to grab one from here. Play... Let's see. Top card from his deck. Right here. Into the garden. 2 cards from his deck into my hands. 1 card from the main deck. Then we flip these, put them in his deck. Shoop, shoop, shoop. There we go. So his hand is progressively getting smaller because we're taking 2 and only, well, we're taking 2 and replenishing 2. And then he's losing 1 card here. So that's always 1 card loss. He started with 12. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, that makes sense. This makes sense. It's simple math. Also, thank you for the follow, Emmy Gardana. Sorry I missed that 3 minutes ago. Let's see. What cards do we have? 1, 2, 3. We still have 6. That's good. No miscounting. These 3 haven't changed. 1 point for every mushroom. We don't have any mushrooms. And 3 points for every wall. We don't have any wall. We would have a wall. We want to be careful with that. Another wall thing. Now I'm wondering, like, did I really shuffle? Did I really shuffle? There, just in case. Then we have 2 for every vine in my neighbor's garden, in this case. Yeah, but it may have been pre-shuffled, you know? Like, this was a setup game for 4. It was probably pre-shuffled. Yeah, I just kind of... hopefully it was pre-shuffled, and I'm just, you know, reshuffling. It doesn't really matter. We haven't really seen any of this symbol. It may just be luck. Luck may not be the right word. What's the opposite of luck? 1 point for every mushroom. We don't have any of those. We don't have any... This might be our best option. Now we just have to... Okay, we're gonna give him this card. We're gonna give him this card. No. Stay up. Excellent. There's a saying. Actually, what is the saying? Hold on. I want to make sure I quote it right. Have you guys ever heard of Mending Wall by Robert Frost? I'm actually going to mute Spotify real quick. Have you heard Mending Wall? This is a good time for Mending Wall. No, it's not a song. Robert Frost is a poet. He's very popular in American English lit classes because easy poetry. I am pretty certain. I wonder if I can get like a prettier version of this, because right now it's just very much a case of like, this is a lot of text and it's kind of... It's difficult to read. In terms of just the visual, it's a lot of black on white. But Mending Wall by Robert Frost. Something there is that doesn't love a wall, that sends the frozen groundswell under it, and spills the upper boulders in the sun, and makes gaps even two can pass abreast. The work of hunters is another thing. I have come after them and made repair where they have left not one stone on a stone, but they would have the rabbit out of hiding to please the yelping dogs. The gaps, I mean. No one has seen them made or heard them made, but at spring mending time we find them there. I let my neighbor know beyond the hill, and on a day we meet to walk the line and set the wall between us once again. We keep the wall between us as we go. To each the boulders that have fallen to each. And some are loaves, and some so nearly balls, we have to use a spell to make them balance. Stay where you are until our backs are turned. We wear our fingers rough with handling them. Oh, just another kind of outdoor game, one on a side. It comes to little more. There where it is, we do not need the wall. He is all pine and I am apple orchard. My apple trees will never get across and eat the cones under his pines, I tell him. He only says, good fences make good neighbors. Spring is the mischief in me, and I wonder if I could put a notion in his head. Why do they make good neighbors? Isn't it where there are cows? But here there are no cows. Before I built a wall, I'd ask to know what I'm walling in or walling out, and to whom I was like to give offense. Something there is that doesn't love a wall, that wants it down. I could say elves to him, but it's not elves exactly. I'd rather he said it for himself. I see him there, bringing a stone grasped firmly by the top in each hand, like an old stone savage armed. He moves in darkness, as it seems to me, not of woods only, and in the shade of the trees. He will not go beyond his father's saying, and he likes having thought of it so well. He says again, good fences make good neighbors. Mending Wall by Robert Frost. But yeah, so something there is that doesn't love a wall, that wants it down. I could say elves to him, but it's not elves exactly. Just, we're playing a game. Well, an elf here playing a game involving gardens with walls. But the author has points, doesn't he? The purpose of walls. The purpose of walls in the case of not having to keep things in and out. You might recognize Robert Frost because he did the... I'm trying to remember. The Path Less Taken? Is that what it is? The Path Less Traveled. That's the popular one. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. That one. But yes. Just the line about elves not liking wall sticks. It sticks to me. Shit. I played my card. I put 2 cards in there. I haven't drawn the card for him yet. So, draw card. It's a rose. Rosa. We are going to take 2 cards, take 1 card, flip, drop them in, shuffle. And now we're going to score. Now we're going to score. There is Campanula. Oh! I believe that the common name for this is really, well, Campanula medium, huh? Okay. I've heard them just by Campanula, but these are apparently Canterbury bells. These are Canterbury bells. They might also be called Coventry bells. We have the one, this. More so. This finally got played. And the Rosa. Okay. Point scoring. So, we have 2 irises. That is more than our neighbors, so we get 6 points. That makes it 11. We have 1 point for every... one of these flowers. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know the name of it. And we do count previous rounds. That's the reason why we counted 2 before. So 1, 5, 7. 7 points. Although I want to check with this. The second one. I'm just double checking. Looking at the tree specifically from the first scoring example, because that's a similar example to what we have in our path with the flower. Not that we have anything that scores with that, but it's just kind of the symbol combined. How does that work? Okay. So it's tied to that particular combination. That's how it's used. So yeah, we score 7 points for our flowers. So that's 18. Will this go circular, I wonder? I believe that's how it goes. And next we score here, in which case we only score 2 points for the 1 rose. He's finally on the board with 2 points. Next, 3rd rounds out of 4. We are going to, let's see. We really don't have a whole lot of options for ends of rounds at all. Frustrating. Okay. Myosotis? Is this Forget-Me-Nots? Myosotis. Let me double check. Yes, they are Forget-Me-Nots. Greg's comeback. 2 points versus 18. That's not happening. Although granted, I'm not counting the end of game stuff, so that might be where it happens, but I kind of doubt that. But yeah, I'm rather proud of myself for recognizing these as Forget-Me-Nots. They have not been forgotten. They've not been forgotten. 9 points for having the most trees. I know, just 9 points for having 1 or more. That's not the worst, and we do have it. So I think we're gonna go with this and gets us a fountain feature. Not that we have any particular use for it. Oh hey, you know what? This actually ties together rather well. We get 4 points for that. We don't have anything else that ties like that, do we? No, we don't. 3 points for every wall. He doesn't have any walls. He'll have a wall, and it counts as a mushroom. Or rather, it gives him points for mushrooms. Three points for every wall that we have. And that's it. I think this might be a relatively safe bet for now. And then if we give him this for every tree, we have one tree, we have a hive. This might still want to do this, but just We'll give him 3 points at the end of the game for this. He's going to play his card. 3 points for every tree the neighbor has. Okay. We're going to draw 2 cards from here. 1 card from here. Flip this. Doop. No, I wanted to grab them all. Pick them up. Shuffle a bit. Okay, Greg might be making a bit more of a comeback than hoped. Oh, violets. Easy enough, right? You remember violets from Alice in Wonderland? Because very distinctive. So let's see other things that we got. A hive. 2 points for every one of these our neighbor has. Our neighbor doesn't have any. Any. 1 point for every rose. We don't have any roses. But our neighbor has like 3. And if we have more roses than our neighbors, then we get 9 points. That's not happening though. That's just not happening. Violets aren't blue. I want to say, okay. So definitions of colors kind of change sometimes depending on who's talking. Also, some people believe that certain colors don't really exist. Personally, it's kind of a case of like violet, indigo, purple. Those are all, to me, I guess I can perceive the difference sort of, but at the same time, like, it doesn't stick to me. So honestly, I would just call them all purple. I would call them all purple. So I could see that some cases it might be that you consider violet to be purple, or violet to be more blue than purple, potentially. Like, there's definitely gradations of color. What exactly is the boundary of orange versus yellow, or green and yellow? Green and yellow is another big one. Indigo and violet are purple. But really, I guess any boundary color, like, I feel like people accept teal as not a separate color necessarily, but there's the boundary of green and blue, and it's green-blue. I think that teal is acceptable. Thinking about, yeah, I guess it's really the red and blue make purple. And then I guess it's kind of a boundary of if it's more bluish purple, it's indigo. I honestly, and violet is kind of like a little bit more reddish purple. I guess it would be kind of like having different words for different kinds of orange. If it's more of a reddish orange or a yellowish orange, maybe. I'm not an expert on color. I'm not an expert on color. I'm trying to remember. So on one side of blue, there's green. The other side is purple. And those are the mixed colors. Although then again, this all again depends on what your color system is, because there's additive and subtractive. Subtractive is based on light combinations, and additive, I believe, is pigment based, like paint. And even then, there's some like weirdnesses in there. There's some weirdnesses in there. It was really neat finding out about, for print, one of the great applications of, say, spot color is I shouldn't even just say spot color. Not spot color. So normally printing is CMYK. K for key, not black. And there are some printers that will actually add in an extra color or two. Orange is a big one because CMYK really doesn't get orange very well. It gets like muddy. It doesn't get a good color out of it. So if you're going to, depending on what you're printing, having orange as an additional color into that system really can add a lot to your prints. It's also why it's a really good idea to do print proofing. Just because it looks good on the screen doesn't mean that it's going to look good in print because of the differences between the color systems. Color is hard. Color is deceptively hard. We're going to... Does he have any other walls? He doesn't. I feel like I'm stacking him up to trash me later. Like, he doesn't have any walls. I'm going to give him this. We're going to give him this. We're going to give him... This? That's... No, that's not good. Looking at this and thinking, it'll be okay. And then realizing, there's a mushroom counter here. And that's going to be 3 points at least. So it's actually going to be a 6-point card if I give it to him. This is only going to be a 2-point card right now. Actually, it's going to be more than that. It's going to be a 4-point card because of the iris counting here. This is going to be disastrous. This is going to be 1, 2. That's a 5-point card. This is a 9-point card. That's a 9-point card. Fuck. 10-point card because of the iris on it. Fuck. So I guess like 5 points is actually the lowest. So it's going to be 1 point for every rose. 1, 2, 3. So it's 3 points. That's a 6-point card. Fuck. 2. It's actually a 4-point card then. So in the grand scheme of things, not quite so bad. So we're going to draw 2. Wait. Just more like, why do I have an extra card here? Because I haven't drawn one here, and I'm pretty certain I'm only supposed to have a hand size of 6. Frick. Because I haven't played yet. I think it might be because I haven't played yet. I haven't actually read these. I'm going to flip them and just move them over here. So I have to actually play a card first. We're going to play, actually, out of these two... I don't think there was anything in this that I was going to play. We can't give him that. If we do this, it's worth, at the end of the game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. As of right now. This is going to be worth only 3 points. And nothing otherwise for me. And this is going to be... He doesn't have any trees. This is the best. This is the best we got. I think. Yeah, best we have. Just making sure it's a solo card. So we give him these. We take these into our hands. Flip, flip. 5. Take one here. We were supposed to actually give him a card first. We're going to give him this one. Take these. Flip. Drop them. Shake the entire stack. A fountain and 9 points for having a fence. And he does not have a fence. I say fountain. It's a feature. It's a feature. Let's see. That's a lot of mushrooms. So this is 4 points for every path that has mushrooms on it, which we do not have any, in fact. We don't... We have one path. And we have... These were kind of worthless. Frick. We don't have a fence. This might be our best option because we have one path. That's at least 3 points. Versus this, which is absolutely nothing. This is 4 points. Well, this is 3 points. This is 3 points. 3 points versus 3 points. If I keep this card and play this one, it's still a bit rough, but we can do it. So we're going to play this card. We're going to give 3 points for every wall. Does he have a wall? He doesn't have any wall. And he counts only one mushroom. So we're going to give him this. That's only 4 points. And the other card, I have a feeling the rest of this was kind of very much a case of we can't give him anything. We can't give him anything. He has one path. 2 paths. He has 2 paths. That's 6 points. Fuck. Card counting. Card counting! This might still be lowest I can do. He gets a card. We actually double check the rules because this is not the last round. It starts to be where it gets a little funny. So I guess we still take 2 cards from his deck and 1 here, and then we flip these and give them to him. Although it's gonna get real weird real quick, I think. Now he counts. Now we score. 18 versus 2. How is this gonna get messed up? So we only score mushrooms, and we have 3 mushrooms. So that's 21. I feel smart. I was doing some number munchers before stream, actually. And so it's kind of I know my times 3. I know 18 to 21. I can do that. Number munchers is actually, how old is number munchers? Number munchers. 1986 game. So McGregor only scores 2 points for every green symbol. I don't have any green symbols whatsoever. He does not score anything. He still stays at 2. He still stays at 2. But again, the bottom right is going to be the killer. So this is going to be where it gets a little funny, because in the final turn, 4th and final rounds, it gets a little weird. So you're supposed to draw 2 cards, pass 2, but do not draw something additional from the deck. Each player chooses 3 cards to play face down and discards the remaining 2 cards face down. So I don't think we do that at all. We just continue our pass along, I think. So we're going to try and continue this. I think it should still be possible. Delphinium. Delphinium is Delphinium. I don't think that it has a different name it goes by. Oh, it does! I'm used to hearing Delphinium, though. Delphinium is Larkspur, right here. And it's toxic to humans and livestock, apparently. But it's got a neat growing pattern. It's not a unique growing pattern as far as I know, because I believe also hollyhock grows in cones essentially like this. Actually, no, hollyhock is a little different, but still. It might just be the closeness of it. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. So, again, we don't really have anything that isn't end of game. Is this beehives that the neighbors have? The neighbors have exactly 1 beehive. That's not great. This one is... for every wall that the neighbors have. The neighbors don't have any walls. This one is for mushrooms, and this is actually really good for us, honestly. I'm going to play this one regardless. Hold on. A little bit more water. A little bit more water. Now, what to give to him? What to give to McGregor? It's going to be... We have 1 beehive. The more dangerous thing is the path, because we have... We only have 1 path, actually. But it's heavy... It's heavy on the irises. And he gets a point for every... He gets 2 points for every iris. That's 8 points. 8 points. This is honestly safer, I think, at this stage. He doesn't have any other walls. And... I have 2 trees. This is 6 points. 8 points. This is 8 points. This is 10 points. This is the lesser evil right now. It's kind of a... Oh. I didn't mean to give him that as like a played card. He's going to draw one to play. It's going to be this card. We draw two. One. We flip this. Let's see. Now the green cards come out. One for each iris. Vinca Minor. Vinca Minor? I don't know if I recognize this one. Oh, this is Myrtle. This is Myrtle. And Hedera. Is that just Boston Ivy? Hedera. Oh, my bad. Sorry, it's Persian Ivy. Or just Ivy? It's just Ivy. Okay. It's just Ivy. Ivy looks so cool. It's such a shame it's so destructive in a lot of cases. It's... I've seen some very pretty I've seen some houses that look really cool covered in ivy, and then hearing about the damage that it causes, really disappointing. Really disappointing. But now I think about it, I do have some ivy encroaching from a neighbor's area, and I'm wondering if it would look, if I built a proper trellis for it, if it would look good. But at the same time, it's kind of a case of, do I want to encourage it? More specifically, do I want to walk through an ivy-covered trellis? Thinking about the things that live in there, not certain. So, we only have 2 irises. And it's an ivy and an... Okay, we would have 3. So that's 3 points. 4 points. 4-point card. We don't have any walls. This is kind of worthless. This is... Three for every wall. Our neighbor doesn't have any walls. 2 for every beehive our neighbor has. Our neighbor doesn't have any beehives. We're not going to win that either. Just 3 points for every wall. We don't have any walls. It's 4 points otherwise. 3 points otherwise because of the mushroom count. Four points. This is, I think, nothing. Nothing. This is really bad. This is the best that we got. Imagine not having walls. Look, there's something that doesn't like a wall that wants it down. That's why I have no walls in my garden. This is an illusion. This is a fake wall. You know what? We're gonna... How do I topple it? Yeah. No. Topple it down. We're gonna... Fuck. I want it to, like, be aesthetically fallen down. There we go. Look. No more walls. No more walls. He's gonna play this. Oh shit, I didn't actually give him... Okay, I don't know what this card is. We're gonna give him... This counts for every ivy. He doesn't have any other ivies, so this is 1 point. And then for mushrooms, this is 1, 2... 2 points. So this is 3 points. Yeah. Thank you, Boolean, for the raid. Thank you for the posture check and for the water. You were playing Ocarina of Time, right? I saw the promo. How's that been going for you? Also, hello Nekuma. Hello. I'm Southwestern. Hello Sumi. For those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I'm one of Brilliant's VTuber children. I'm a garden elf. I come out at night to play games, and tonight I'm playing a gardening card drafter. Yes, it's very pretty. I'm actually finishing up a game right now. Finishing up a game. We have one. Actually, right now I'm trying to figure out what to give to my rival, McGregor. It's a solo. I'm playing the solo variant of the card game. What's my favorite flower? Hold on. Oh, I locked it. Ahem. Why wouldn't I be my own favorite flower? I am my own favorite flower. Thank you. I don't know if they actually have... This is something to actually search the deck for later. Do they have primroses? Do they have evening primroses? Because they're different. They have a different Latin name. They're like completely different. Maybe not family. I don't remember the exact organization of it, but they're not that closely related. They're not that closely related. I've covered this before. If you look at a primrose, a regular primrose, I say regular as if there's not a bunch of different types of primroses, but your common primrose, common English primrose, has 5 petals for one. And also there's male and female variants. Evening primroses, not so much. They tend to look more like what's on me. What I am. I mean, there's common English primroses. That's a probably the thing that most people would think about. I've been looking up a lot of flowers with this too. My entire history right now is like, hey, look, flowers. These are chives. These are green onion flowers. You want to see, okay, tomato flowers. We were looking at green bean flowers. Corn. Corn is hard. Corn is kind of a case of, corn. How corn work. The tassels are sort of, not really. The tassels are flowers, question mark. Corn is weird. We're not counting corn. Edelweiss. I don't know if we've come across it in the game, but let's see. They are pretty. The leaves look kind of nice and soft too. Like, nice texture. Yeah. My sister has in her garden lambs here, and it has a similar looking texture, and that was really fun to pet. Petting flowers. Who can imagine? Also, I should do the posture check. I didn't fully do that. I am no longer shrimping. Hello, the Boom Boom. Hope you're doing well. Also, like, if you need to go take care of things, I fully understand. Get yourself a drink. Go to bed if it's late for you. Or early. I can't really judge you on sleeping patterns. And I mean, like, anyone. I am a night flower. I'm a night blooming flower. I woke up a little early today because I was really excited about receiving a package. But even if I'm ending stream in like a half hour or so, I'm not going to bed after that. I woke up a little, well, before sunset. That's the word, isn't it? And at this stage, I'll probably go to bed around sunrise. Something like that. Night owl things. Humans call it night owls, right? Yeah, if I look up primrose flower, I should probably look up English primrose, honestly. Well, like, this is an evening primrose, very specifically. Look familiar? Hmm? And here is a common English primrose. Quite different, isn't it? Quite different. Thank you for the water. I'm gonna have some. It's actually acidic water. I'm having seltzer. Shh. It's a little bit cheating. Some flowers like a little bit of acidity or alkalinity. But here's another primrose. I know that these are, these are showy evening primroses. There's also pale evening primroses, which I believe that these are. Yeah, those look like pale evening primroses. Yeah, it does say pale evening. But you can see some commonalities in the evening primroses, the way the stamens are at the top, and also like I feel like the leaves are very delicate, and they've got a particular patterning on them. Versus these, and also there's just the sheer like this is 5-leaved evening primrose, 4-leaved, not leaved, flowered, petaled. Words, descriptive words. I'm at a loss. I don't actually know other types of primroses. They're kind of a little bit far off. They're a little far off from me. I did look it up in the past. I was curious, but oh yeah, and then there's also like the naming scheme, Primula vulgaris. That is a common English primrose. For a common evening primrose, Oenothera biennis. Wine drenched. I'm not wine drenched tonight. Next Thursday though. Next Thursday. And maybe next Friday. We'll see. Flowers. But yes, this game is all about building a garden out of cards. I tore down the wall because elves do not like walls. Elves don't like walls. So I tore it down. I'm playing a solo variant, though. Against McGregor. This game fits 1 through 7. And it's available on Tabletop Sim ? Under the workshop. To try out. Or something. The solo variant is actually like straight in the rule set. It's only a 6-page game in terms of rules. And like only quick burst through this rules. Cover, setup, and like bits and bobs, like the proper walls in the print edition, like actual printed edition. Rules, variants, including the solo variants, scoring. That's it. Like there's not a huge amount to it. So this is actually meant to be a game played. You put down 12 cards, one at a time, and we put down 11 out of 12. And I'm thinking about like, I've gone off on such a tangent. When is the stage? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We both put down cards. I have 5 cards here. I don't have. Ah, right. Okay. I had flipped this because I needed to actually give 2 cards to my opponent to stick into his deck to eventually play. And I was debating on what would be the most beneficial for me to give to him. Because I'm pretty much card counting right now. But it's okay because it's a solo game. Yeah, it's a flower card game. I mean, it's not just flowers, it's all sorts of gardening pieces. The rules show that there are a couple different types of cards. But this is a like gardening game. So we've built a garden that has a beehive, a tree, irises, a path, a lawn, another flower. This is a I'm trying to remember. Campanula, Canterbury bells, I think it was. Canterbury bells. There's a feature, which is, I guess, a birdhouse. This was forget-me-nots. Fungus. This was... It's not hollyhock. Larkspur. I believe this is larkspur. And this was myrtle. Our opponent, McGregor, in his garden, has mushrooms, a path. How I'm reading these is actually on the cards themselves, like the lower left corner has what type of thing it is. So if it doesn't have a symbol, I'm just reading the text and like translating from Latin if I remember. I don't know mushrooms, so I'm just gonna say it's a mushroom. I'm not a mushroom person. I mean, I like mushrooms. I eat mushrooms, but I don't know what Stropharia rugo... Okay. Let's take a look. Stropharia rugosoa nullata. I don't know what that is. Versus... I know what rosa is. We found out that this is cornflowers, which are not like the flowers of corn. These were morning glories, I believe. And I don't remember looking up the anemone. Hold on. Coronaria. Oh, it's a poppy anemone? It's a poppy anemone, Spanish marigold, or windflower. I think... Wait. Windflower shows up somewhere, doesn't it? There's a game... Not a game. Well, yes. A game. A game that has windflowers. Is it Animal Crossing that has windflowers? Hello, hi. Hope you're doing well. Oh, windflowers. Not window flower. Windflower. Game? Does it sound familiar? Is anyone else? Is it Animal Crossing? Do they have it? Yeah, actually, so Animal Crossing does have windflowers, so no money because of plants? Or is it more of a case of like green? Plants green, not having any green for a while. I just celebrated my 335th birthday. Earlier this week. Normally I might have like a cider tonight, but because I drank on Tuesday for the 335th, I am sober tonight. Oh, what did you buy? 335? I'm an elf. We can go up to like 700, you know? It's not that big of a deal. So we have the cornflower, rosa, path. This is a feature, a hive, more mushrooms, and all right, this is flipped. because I was going to give him cards. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Every time I see that now, though, Fiends, I think about I need to finish this Legend of Mana and the fairy path, and how there was a line about like what's so interesting about like the old hag anyway, and it was kind of she's only 26, right? And it was kind of like, what the fuck? And then looking at her and like, oh shit, it's not just her being 20. They're not just depicting her as like a 26-year-old and like making her seem ancient because of that. She actually does have a spell on her that made her age to appear like 80 years old. They weren't just, oh no, she's so old at 26. You can still do interesting things even when you're older than anime normally depicts people. Tomatoes, pepper, the trees. See, tomatoes and peppers, but trees are expensive. Was it literally just the plants, or did you also get accoutrements, like things for caring for them? Because I've spent a stupid amount on dirt and pots. But I shouldn't need to buy any more dirt. I just need to buy... I say dirt. It's not dirt. It's soil. My bad. I'm sorry. I slandered the soil by calling it dirt. That was irresponsible of me. 26 ancient. I actually have a picture of the character up. Hold on. But not in this file. I need to grab... Where is she? I very specifically saved her. Oh, come on, add existing. Where is... Her name is Matilda. I just have to find the right one, because I found the old Matilda, or the young Matilda, but I didn't find old Matilda. We have Escad. This might be it. Yeah, so this is the 26-year-old. Granted, we have a picture. Oh, we don't want to remove this. Hold on. We're going to add her friend, who's, I'm going to assume, about the same age as her, because they were childhood friends. Where is her name? She was Dana. Her friend, the cat girl, is assumedly around the same age because they were childhood friends. And like, she looks fine. Perfectly fine. So really, magic. Someone didn't... Yeah, use your sunblock. No, 26 is Christmas cake. 26 is Christmas cake. Gotta get more supplies and stuff tomorrow. I understand that too. Yeah, if you don't have a large vehicle for bringing all of it back. I've run into that myself. Not having enough room for necessarily all the pots and soil and stuff. And I was just talking earlier about, like, maybe I should buy a scythe. I've been inadvertently participating in No Mo May, and now I actually have a lawn that is thinking about it, and it's kind of a case of it might actually be like crotch high now. Some of the taller parts. It's very wild. It's a very wild garden right now. A straight sickle might be a better thing, actually. I do actually have a weed whacker. I kind of forget about it though, and it's not like a really big weed whacker, honestly. It's not a very big one, so it's kind of a case of I might have to change out the battery a lot. It's electric. I was honestly thinking a scythe might be quicker just because of the sheer height of it and size and everything. Not that it's like very big, strictly speaking, the lawn. It's just, it's tall. It's tall. It's tall. And it's kind of a case of, could I do it in like 16 scythe swings versus how much sickle swings? Got a goat. Thinking about it, and it's kind of a, do I know of any place around here? I'm in a relatively urban area. I don't know. There would certainly be rules against having a goat live there, but like having a goat visit, I don't know if there are rules against that. But the harder part might be acquiring, like renting a goat, I suppose. But there might be places nearby. I'm not certain though. I hadn't really thought of that. And then there's just the case of, oh, actually there might be a bigger problem with that, I realize. The garden's not fully fenced in. I think that might be a bigger issue. I don't want the goat to like wander into town. How do you rent a goat? You find someone with a goat and hand them money and hope it's enough? I'm not certain. I've known places that rented llamas for pack use, like for, I don't want to say camping, but like trail use and stuff. But that was also not really around here. Llama. Renting llamas. Okay, so as a garden elf, I have some relatives who like really do kind of live the life. So there are some that have had like full-on farms, essentially. Full-on farms. I've seen a lot of llamas. I've seen a decent amount of llamas. I mean, like, just in this year. I've almost definitely avoided stepping in llama after birth at one point. That was an experience. Talking to the farmer would be the first step. Yeah. Just gotta find the farmer. Thinking about, like, do I know anyone who knows anyone? Actually, I might know someone who knows someone. Now that I think about it. We have some family. There's another family that keeps an apple orchard, so it's kind of a, maybe they might have something. Sometimes the community is a little small. I had a plan here. I forgot what the plan was. It was... Oh, I just realized something else, though. So, the lawn is rather tall. The bigger issue might be, and I don't know how much of an issue this is for goats. I have other things that I would not want eaten. That might be a bigger concern. I don't know how much of that might be potentially toxic, because we did run into that here. There was one particular plant in these two gardens where I noted that it was toxic to humans and livestock. I would hope that a goat would know better than to eat something toxic, like it would taste bad or something, maybe to deter them before they continue eating. I can't guarantee that though. And looking at my garden, thinking about the plants I have, I haven't marked down everything yet. And there's some things I haven't identified. I think I do actually have a poke plant. I think that's how it's pronounced. Poke, like Pokeball, but it's just poke. And I believe that is actually toxic. And I wouldn't want someone's goat to like get sick from eating it if it's toxic to them. Yeah, goats eat tin cans, but actually, do they? Or is that just kind of like a... Can goats eat tin cans? Or... Ah, okay. So they're actually only eating the like paper and glue. So they'll like chew on it, but they won't actually eat the metal part. Interesting to learn. Glue is tasty. Apparently. That's what the goats think. So like, is poke plant poisonous to goats? What plants are poisonous to goats? The answer is yes. Pokeweed is poisonous to them. Black cherry, Virginia creeper, not virgin creeper, Jesus. Dog fennel, bracken fern, china berries, azaleas. I have azaleas too. So yeah, that might be a bigger problem. Like, I don't have any pets that go outdoors, so it's not really a concern to me. There's some wildlife, but it's kind of a case of they know what they're doing, and the birds like what they like. The birds like what they like. So, yeah, maybe goats aren't quite the solution for my particular situation. I'll just have to do it myself. It reminds me of things that you could do to deal with weeds and people talking about that. And you can use vinegar, but at the same time, like, vinegar probably won't be strong enough to really get down in there. There's like stronger herbicides you can use. And then someone just coming in with a like blowtorch it, just burn the shit down. Burn it down. And it's kind of I've just been pulling. I've just been pulling manually. I guess it also depends there. It's because, like, this was for patio, between bricks. Like, burning is more fine there versus trying to burn in the middle of grass or something. I'm still just going to continue the poll for now, though. Thank you for the water. Well, actually, I thought I had a little bit, and I grabbed the rest of the bottle because there's not a whole lot left. Drink up. It's a bottle of seltzer. Soda Stream. Thank you. Thank you, Sumi. Okay, we have... Right, this. Ivy. 2 mushrooms and a green. So this counts 1 point for the green. And for the mushrooms, it's 2 points. Okay, we can live with this for now, giving him that. This all sucks. He doesn't have any walls, does he? It doesn't have any walls, but it does count points for mushrooms, but compared to the other stuff, it's not so bad. There's only one card to draw. So I'm gonna draw that. I'm gonna draw one here. And we're gonna flip this over. And that's his pile. And we're gonna shuffle it. We're gonna flip this over. Should have been done earlier. And okay, shit. 5 cards. We have 1 card left to play. Okay, I have a scoring chart on your side. I can't exactly read it though because it's a little small for me. I'm gonna bring up my chart on the side because I want to know. I believe this reading is, let's see. Score 9 points if you have 3 or more paths in your garden. I have 1 path. This is okay. No good for me. This is no good for me. The other option is score roses. I have 0 roses. Otherwise, 3 points per wall. I have no walls. This is a really bad hands for me right now. 3 points for every wall that the neighbor has. Two points for every hive. He doesn't have any walls. He doesn't have any hives. And this is 9 points if I have more roses. I don't have any. This is 0 points. Very... Well, I shouldn't say that. It's... What is this? If I have more of that than him... He doesn't have any. I'm already winning this. 1 point for every one of those. So this is technically 1 point for that. 2 points, 2 points. Isn't that a hive? This? It's a case of 2 points for every hive the neighbor has, and that neighbor doesn't have any. Oh, the neighbor does have a single hive. So this is actually probably the best card. Thank you. Because this is 4 points. Assuming that not a whole lot changes in between here. Now we still toss him 2 cards, but at the same time, I guess it doesn't really matter, because it's the ends of the game. I'm still gonna, I guess, give him stuff, because he actually does have 3 paths. He doesn't have any walls, so I would give him this. And I would give him this, because I'm not expecting him to use it. So, he's going to play this card. 12 cards. This is our garden. Isn't it gorgeous? We're going to count points for the final round. 0 points. 0 points. Nothing in the upper left corner. And this is... Wow, shit. Okay, that's actually good. For him, it's good. For me, it's bad. He has 1 point per mushroom. For 5. 5 points. 7 points total. And now we do end of game. Going to double check the rules here just to make sure there's nothing else extra that I need to be careful of. End of game abilities. Okay. Yep, it's simply as expected. Do the same sort of scoring, just lower right this time. So, going to count this first. So 4 points for every one of these symbols, which we have one. So that's 4 points. I'm going to actually keep track of this in a calculator separate because I don't trust myself. 4 points for that. This is if I have more irises than a neighbor. Both of my neighbors. I only have one neighbor. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5. Neighbor has 0. So I have 9 points from that. Actually. So it's 4 plus 9 plus... Okay. Just kind of an, it's not keeping track of it separately. Next round, 1 point for every one of these stone markers. Just any stone marker. Blank as any. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Next one is 3 points for every tree the neighbor has. Neighbor doesn't have any trees. The neighbor doesn't have any trees. Okay. Next we have this, which is if I have 1 or more trees in my garden, which I do, I get 9 points. Okay. Plus 9. Then we have 1 point for every one of this flower and that flower. I wish I knew the name of that flower. I might just like flip through the flowers cards after this to take a look. So we have 5 flowers, 7, 8, 9. 9 points. And no roses. Next one is 0 points. We don't have any mushroom path combos. You could tell I was shrimping. Thank you for the reminder. I'm going to try and be good. Next one is 1 point for every mushroom and 1 point for every one of those blue flowers. So 5, 7, 8, 9 points again for the flowers. And how many mushrooms do we have? 3? 3. One point for every ivy and 1 point for every iris. We only have 1 ivy. How many irises do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the last one, 2 for every beehive our neighbor has. Our neighbor has 1 beehive. So 2 points. Which means 58 points added to our total of 21. So 79 points total. I will stretch. Shrimping, slouching, yes. Curled up like a shrimp. Okay, ow. Maybe a bit much. That reminds me. I don't remember if it was... I think it was the day after my birthday. I remember waking up in pain at the next night simply because my cat was sleeping in such a way that it made me contort. And just thinking about it, like, oh no, this is not old age. This is not old age catching up to me, right? Like this pain in my hip. It's not that bad. It's just cat. It's only because of the cat. So we're at 79 points. We earned far more points in endgame stuff than we did otherwise. So it's kind of a worry that McGregor is actually going to beat us quite a bit. Refuse to believe I'm old. It's true. In humans, old or middle age doesn't start usually until 40-ish. 35 is not middle age for humans. And in honesty, like, it'd be 350 for an elf. So I still have some time to go. But still, it's the inching, ever-present inching closer. Like, it feels weird to still consider yourself a young adult at, like, 300. That's, like, not really young adult anymore, you know? It's just more adult, I suppose. It's more adult. Okay. 4 points for every lawn. He has no lawn. Also, I should clear this out. 0 lawn. He has no... Wait, it's the neighbor's beehives. I have 1 beehive, so that's 2 points to him. 1 point for every ivy and 1 point for every iris. He has no ivy. And he has no iris. That's 0. This is nothing. 0 for the iris. He has fungi. He has 1, 2, 5. He has 5 fungi. Plus 5. 2 for every rose. He has 1, 2, 3. He has 3 roses, so that's 6 points. Also, every morning now. Or rather, maybe it's just because, again, like the turning of the wheel, it's kind of a double checking in the mirror and at night after I get up. Like, there's no grace, right? This is not the year that it starts. I'm sure in another like month or two I'll forget and it won't even be a bother. But for right now, just the, I guess, ever-present coil of mortality, seeing it reflect in the years passing by, and it's just kind of an, is this the year? Is this the year? It's not the year. It's not the year. It's not the year. I counted the roses. 3 points for every tree. I have 2 trees, so that's 6 points. Mortality, laughs and lich. I would rather be mortal than immortal. I mean, I am mortal. It's just a longer lifespan. It's just a longer lifespan. I don't know if it would be worthwhile to live forever. Gray just shows experience. It's not like ashamed. It's more of a case of this is I've dyed my hair in the past, and sometimes some colors don't really mesh very well. And there's also the case that, especially for grays, if I were to ever want to dye my hair again, the grays don't take the same as regular hair. So like it just looks kind of, that's how you end up with like purple haired ladies. That's how you end up with purple haired ladies, because the grays don't quite take to the color the way you expect. It takes some skill to work it through. And you have to also still be careful with it, because you can absolutely fuck up your hair. I don't really plan on dyeing my hair anymore, but it still affects texture and color. Your sister is taking joys in finding grays. It's been really interesting to see other people turn gray. I have some friends who There was just like a very, very little spot of gray, and then kids, and it's just instant salt and pepper. The stress of it all. The stress of it all. Like over the course of like a year, went from like just like very light speckling to gray. Color theory. It's not just that, it's that it just functions differently. It just functions differently. Like it absorbs differently. I had a similar issue. I've talked about this a little bit. I haven't always been like green. I do have different seasons, and I had another season where I did not have green hair. I had blonde hair, and I dyed it black. I dyed it black. And to kind of color correct it back a little bit, it ended up with three tones. Three colors. It ended with three colors. No, I'm not bald during the winter. No, I'm not bald. I'm not bald during winter. but yeah, it was not like there was a differing application of color necessarily to get the three color hair, but it did act strange. And part of the reason I did that was because when I was growing it out, the roots, blonde hair with, or like blonde roots for black hair, depending, it looks a bit strange. It looks a bit strange at the top when the roots are showing. So the kind of like stripy look turned out better than the blonde roots did. So I haven't done that in decades. I haven't done it in decades though. Just keeping it green. I've been green for a couple decades now. I don't know if I'm going to be changing it anytime soon, but we'll see how things go, how I feel. Autumn. We'll see how things go. I was counting points. I had 19 points, but I don't remember where I stopped. I think I counted the trees. Walls. Does he have any walls? He does have a wall. That's 9 points. What's surprising, Mazuka? Nothing there. This one is 3 points for every path. He has 2 paths, I believe. 3 paths. Shit, that's 9 points. My mother is also like predominantly green, so it's kind of not surprising that we both kind of like rest in this season. It's kind of a bit of a scary thing to think every year, like, oh God, am I becoming my mother? When I was younger, it was kind of a rebellious thing, like not wanting to be like her, and now older, it's kind of a, and that's also why I don't cut my hair short. My mother has her hair short and green. She's like older Ronka sort of kind of look, and I cut my hair once and saw her in that, and I keep it long since then. Despair. A little bit. A little bit. I had my father's sister, I was bringing her somewhere and I did something. And I just remember her voice saying, "Ah, you are your mother's daughter." And it was just kind of, really? Really? I don't think I can get away from it. I don't think I can get away from it. Okay, we did the paths. 3 for every tree that we have. We have 2 trees, so that's 6 points. I do have my mother to thank for some things, though. I hope I can eventually have it as at least half her green thumb. Which, I mean, I'm already green, so I'm kind of partway there. I'm already partway there. And 3 for every wall. There's only 1 wall that he has, right? Yeah, he only has 1 wall, so that's 3 points. So he has 46 points to add on top of his 7. So that is 53 points. Yeah, this is endgame scoring. So let's check the rule book real quick. I'm pretty certain we did not do solo medals. So we are supposed to subtract McGregor's from our score. So 79 minus 53. 26 points. We did not even make a bronze. We're not on the pedestal. McGregor has beaten us. McGregor has beaten us. I mean, like, okay, so technically we still beat him, but still, like, he was playing random cards, and I didn't beat him by that much. But it was the learning game, learning that, for one, end game points are more important, I think, than the points in the upper left corner. Oh, I was going to check the flowers, too. What do I have left? I have the violet and this. What else is in here? We have this and this. We're going to we'll just grab them over here real quick. We have the ivy. Is there a quick way to... I mean, we can search, but I feel like this... Wait, we can spread. Hold on. Let's just... I missed out on getting one of these. I didn't even earn this. Next time we'll get them. Next time we'll beat McGregor's ass. I wonder what all these ribbons are for. I don't think they talk about them in the book. Seven. It supports 7. The default setup was only for 4, but there were 3 extra cards and a couple extra boards for setting up more. After I can show what the initial state was. Oh, right, I was gonna try and spread. Hold on. Spread. Woof. Okay, that's a lot of spread, but not spread enough, honestly. I kind of... Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Sorry, card physics. Boop. Don't care. Oh, cigar flowers. I think. Da, da, da. I feel like I should just have a separate category for mushrooms right now. Da, da, da. Don't care. Do care. Don't. Oh, another pile of don't care. Mushroom. God, mushroom. Mushroom. Flower. Lawn. Lawn. Flower. Actually, I'm gonna spread them out a little bit more. Mushroom. Flower. Tree. Tree. A lot of the same mushroom here. Do not care. That's a nice trellis. Another plant. Do not care. Mushroom. Lawn. So I guess all the flowers are individual. Okay. I guess I'm able to do that. I can't tell from the distance which cards are going to necessarily be flowers and which ones are not. I guess I should probably just be... Okay, actually, there's a lot of ivy. I say that as if that's not surprising given ivy's inherent nature. It's a new mushroom. Yeah, mushroom. Thinking about that. That was a clear 20 years ago, wasn't it? Or earlier. It was earlier, wasn't it? I think this is the end of the flowers. Then we have these two at the bottom. Doop. Ivy and violet. Okay. Don't need to move another ivy. Are these morels? Morchella? Is that moral? Hold on. Morchella. These are true morals. Okay, they did look familiar. Are these... I can't tell quite enough. Pleurotus? Pleurotus austratus. Oyster mushrooms. Okay, so they're edible too. Morchella. The Laetiporus kind of looks like, if you remember Alice in Wonderland, the Disney adaptation. Aha, okay, it looks like the flowers, not flowers, it looks like the mushrooms that she eats, sort of, in, I think, one of the earlier scenes, to get big and get small and all that junk. Wait, actually, no, that was a potion. But I distinctly remember a section where she's eating mushrooms. I guess that must be in the woods. But this is Chicken of the Woods, apparently. Chicken of the Woods. And Armillaria melia is honey fungus? I've not had this one. It's also edible. I've never seen them for sale despite being edible. I wonder, I mean, I say that I've seen morels for sale. They were very expensive in a locked box, but they were still for sale. But I've never seen those, the Armillaria. I wonder if they're not that tasty, or if it's a case of they're difficult to propagate and not like worthwhile because they're not that tasty. I wonder. Not seeing anything particular about it to note. Like with the name Lavandula, you might think that's lavender, but that's not what lavender looks. Oh, okay. No, I'm thinking lilac. Okay, so that is lavender. It is lavender. My bad. My bad. Zinnias, I don't know if they go by another name. Yeah, zinnia is a zinnia. Hostas are hostas. I have a bunch of hostas actually. They're easy enough. They can also look striped. They can also be striped, I should say. Low to the ground. They're easygoing. They're easygoing and nice cover. But I shouldn't say cover. They're not. They're low to the ground, but they're not super low to the ground, if that makes sense. Like they grow to be maybe 1.5 feet of the tallest, but probably more like a foot. And I guess for it to be proper ground cover, it should be like probably no more than like half a foot. So I wonder if the Trichophyta is it's a fern, obviously. It's just kind of a case of what kind of fern. It is a vascular plant. So this looks kind of like a old school plant. Like this feels like a dinosaur age plant. That can't be it, right? That can't be it. Okay. So basically, yes, it's a fern. Or ferns are a part of them. All ferns are probably this, I'm going to guess. But just because this doesn't mean it's a fern. Header is ivy. What were we talking about? Lunicera, I'm pretty certain is a cigar plant, though. Or like cigar flower. No? It's a honeysuckle? No. It must be a specialty honeysuckle? Hold on. I'm wondering now if the cigar plant I'm thinking of, or cigar flower, I should say, is a type of honeysuckle. Oh, I guess it does look a little different. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna show you so I don't seem crazy here. Completely crazy, anyway. Okay. I'm gonna look completely crazy. Okay. So, these are the flowers I was looking at and thinking of. Cigar flowers. Pretty certain they don't. It's not like tobacco. It's not a tobacco plant. And this is what came up for honeysuckles, or like for this. And it's kind of a case of it doesn't really look like the previous picture. I know what a honeysuckle looks like, or at least I know what basic honeysuckles look like. Even alternate colors, you know? But I wouldn't have said this necessarily as a honeysuckle. So it would make sense for like oldest plant to be a fern. Either that or Jurassic Park is imprinted on our minds. Or it might, you know what it might be more so actually? This is something that I encountered with another research bit I was doing. It might be a case of, as you said, recorded plant is a fern. It might be hard to honestly determine certain kinds of plants if there's no material left of them. I was trying to research old clothing material, like old clothing, and after a certain point it just becomes, there's literally nothing. The materials have long since disintegrated, and there's no visual record in terms of paintings or drawings or carvings or anything like that to indicate what people wore. So it's just kind of guesswork. So it might be that sort of issue where ferns show up strikingly in certain types of materials. Also, maybe the types of areas it's in. Ferns tend to do well in kind of like wet, swampy areas, right? It wouldn't be surprising if that was one of the reasons why. Oh, I guess there's kind of like a double-edged sword there. There's the case of like mud encasement or things like that preserving-ish, but also wet, damp, damaging. Ugh. Ancient history is not my forte. There's a lot of reasons you can go one way or the other, aren't there? Scabiosa. Tulips are easy. Oh yeah, so echinacea. Echinacea? I have a T for that. A T of that. Oh, allium. I showed you guys some examples. Allium is actually a greater family. It's basically like onions. Scallions, shallots, leeks, chives, garlic. All those are alliums. Which is why I was kind of, oh, mine looks like this. No, like this. They kind of all, well, a lot of them bloom kind of like this, but not necessarily all exactly like that. Phlox? Phlox sounds familiar as well. Let me check. Allium. Okay, so phlox is phlox. Phlox is phlox. Phlox paniculata. Watch, I'm putting the stress on the completely wrong part. So yeah, there's no real other name for phlox. This one looks interesting too. Lathyrus? Lathyrus odoratus. Oh, so this is sweet pea. This is sweet pea. It's a weird looking flower. Let me grab that image too. Like, wow. It's just got a weird shape to it. Like, almost Snapdragon-y, kind of? Almost Snapdragon-y. Allium. Like that. 2 L's. Yes, well, the ones that I know of have pretty purple flowers on top. I want to say generally, if you're growing herbs and stuff, you're supposed to prevent them from flowering because the flowering will change the taste, usually making it not taste as strong or as great. But at least it's still homegrown. And you can stop them. You can like pick the flowers before they bloom. But at the same time, they're kind of pretty, so. Like you can, if you grow basil at home, or I'm trying to remember what else I had. I had a couple other things. I love the catnip flower because it didn't really matter. It was to the cat's taste. I pretty much let everything flower. I let all of them flower. Didn't really have the heart. Didn't really have the heart. Although I do understand that for a lot of it, basically stop putting energy into the flower, put the energy into the rest of the thing that we're going to eat. Which reminds me, actually, I have to start doing that. I have to start printing the flowers off of something else. And also it's petunia season, I think. Not petunia. There's another bit peonies. I have a peony plant that I should probably be taking a look at. There's a lot to do this weekend. There's a lot to do this weekend. I think it's a peony. Let me double check. I remember which plant it is. Let me check. Pretty certain it's a peony. Because it's supposed to have a very dramatic smell. In a good way. In a good way. Maybe I'll get a photo. Let's see. White rose. Oh, okay, so there was a card. Like, looking at the rest on here, I was wondering, so there's something in the rules, and you see at the bottom there, this sorry, the scoring reference. There's a section about, like, Rosa alba, the white rose, counts as only one copy of any one plant symbol. And it's kind of, oh, okay. Is that just the name for, like, this grouping of symbols? And no, they literally mean this one card. The white rose counts this way. Oh, these are mushrooms too. Challenger's Crispus? Irish moss? It doesn't look like that from what I'm seeing. Hold on. It doesn't look like that at all. Okay. I'm going to show you a photo of what's coming up of Irish moss, and you can help me judge. Like, does this look like this? Oh, okay. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong way. So looking at the mushrooms, obviously not. But if you look at basically what looks like grass, it's just kind of the focal point is in the wrong space here. To me. To me. That makes sense now. Okay. So it still kind of feels weird. Like, this counts as a plant, I guess? I guess it does. It doesn't have a wait, it does have a mushroom symbol on it. Shit. But I guess because it's the green of mushroom versus pure mushroom? So I suppose I was right in keeping it down here. Solanum. Oh, is it a nightshade thing? It's a nightshade thing, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Yeah, I've actually been thinking about designing a chat mascot, and it's gonna be a nightshade. And it's just more so a case of it's not going to necessarily look close to an actual nightshade. No, it's not a potato. Nightshades are more than potatoes. They're also tomatoes and eggplants. But they're also poisonous. But no, I wanted to do something a little bit more creative. No, okay. So maybe more in like the cooking simulator vein of potato. No, I wanted to make something a little bit more taking inspiration from the various carnivorous plants. You know. What else is there in this set? We have the violets. Hydrangeas! I have hydrangeas. Push for eggplant. There's 1,500 species of nightshades. And you would choose to be an eggplant or a potato. Tobacco's a nightshade? Yeah, so there's a lot of variety in nightshades. There's a lot of varieties. A lot of potential inspiration points. But not making it like a specific nightshade necessarily. Just making up our own. Developing our own. There's also kangaroo apples. And winter cherries. What's wrong with potatoes? Nothing exactly, as long as you don't eat the green parts. As long as you don't eat the green parts. Laurus nobilis. Is this holly? Hold on. Oh, it's bay laurel. Okay. This is bay laurel. So, bay leaves? Is that right? Is bay laurel edible? Like, Malyu? I still remember that one too. And it's just kind of as long as you don't have a monoculture, which I feel like she was pushing for a monoculture, and all you need is one bad disease to wipe it out. Same thing with bananas right now, right? The monoculture issue. So bay leaves, bay laurel. Okay, so yeah, if you have if you put bay leaves in your soups or whatever, it's bay laurel. Probably. Crop rotation's not necessarily going to help though. I don't know if that's necessarily going to help. Like, through the years, I suppose, or whatever, but still. I would take a lot of stuff with a grain of salt. Light novels are not a super great source of information. I'm trying. These are actually, it's kind of this is poppy, isn't it? This is poppy. Sorry, the somniferum is kind of I sleeping. Papaver. Somniferium. Yep, that's an opium poppy. Right here. He did better. What is his later work? It's kind of oh, this is just a straight up orchid, isn't it? Is it? The centerpiece, maybe I'm thinking a bit too Georgia O'Keeffe. The centerpiece doesn't really look very orchidy, so I'm wondering. Orchidaceae? Yeah, orchidaceae. Okay, yeah, this is an orchid. It's just that it doesn't look as feminine as you'd expect, I suppose. This one's familiar. This is not familiar, but this is interesting. I wonder. Pelargonium. Geraniums. Okay. Not super close to what I would think, though. Grabbing up an image for comparison. I suppose it kind of depends on the busyness of the particular flower or species, because this one is a very flowery, bushy example. Like there's multiple flowers in that bunch versus some of these, which are kind of busy. I feel like they're not as busy. There's fewer flowers per bunch. Some are very unbusy. Yeah, I feel like it's just taken to an extreme. Taken to an extreme. Digitalis. One real quick thing. It's kind of, is Digitalis what I think it is? Okay, it's not. It's Lady's Glove. It's Lady's Glove. I'll see if that looks like Hollyhock. Yeah, I'll see as Hollyhock. Hollyhock is for ambition. You can't. I can't get the names of a lot of the other ones right for language, though. Lupinus. One more. Lupine. Of course. This is just lupine. I say just. I don't necessarily know how popular some of these are for gardens now. I feel like there's not necessarily a lot of variation in gardens nowadays. Maybe that's just the area I live in, though. I see a lot of the same thing planted over and over. My garden right now is not much different, though, but I hope to change that up to, even though it might be the same as some others, it will be because it's more native and not strictly speaking like imports and stuff or things that don't really belong. Like I'd rather have it be the same but be native than be the same but be basically like all things from big box gardening stores. Yeah. Hyacinths are pretty. They are. I actually have a couple, but I don't have a huge amount. I actually have a lot of Lily of the Valley. It's spreading out. But not very quickly, unfortunately. I do have one thing that I need to transplant into the ground that is kind of local. It's I think part of it is like you want something that looks pretty all year round, and some locals don't cut that. Some locals don't cut that. I just have to do a little bit more planning, just a little bit more planning. Okay, I think we've covered all the cool plants. I like this. I think I like it more than Ocean's Solo, to be frank. I shouldn't say that. Last time I said that, I remember saying that, I got an image of me being Frank sent to me. Walter, I've never seen Breaking Bad. I don't know the reference. Edge of overgrown but still counts. It can take a lot of planning to get to that stage. Sometimes you don't realize. I remember looking at my sister pointing out my neighbor's one of her plants and saying that's thousands of dollars of tree right there. Like that is a really good looking plant. And just kind of looking at it like, really? And then looking closer like, well, shit, you're right. And looking at it from a different angle, one that I wasn't used to, I was like, oh, wow, she puts a lot of effort into her stuff. Oh, with Lily Valley? Okay. I didn't really think about that. When I think of Lily of the Valley, I think about how they have such a small flowering period in early May. And that's about it. It's a very cute little plant. Also, there's a Miku. There's a Miku that has a lily of the valley. Let me see if I can get a quick photo of that. Snowbell lily, I believe? Or Miku? Is it called Snowbell? I should specify, I'm not 100% certain. Like, is Snowbell... Okay, they do actually mention that it's Lily of the Valley. Let me grab the photo. They specify it's Lily of the Valley because it's kind of it looks like Lily of the Valley to me. I also have this. I have this Miku from before I bought the doll. Also, I think they made a separate outfit for her, but I don't have a snow Miku. That's my excuse. Yeah, so the basic format of Lily of the Valley. It's got I don't want to say it's just 2 leaves, but like for the most part, it's got 2 leaves. They are like smooth, shiny, green. The one branch and then like flowers drooping off of that, and it's rather pretty. But they're also rather small. They are pretty small, and they spread out over time through the ground. So they're like kind of ground cover, but not like they're not super low, but they're still pretty low. And yeah, they don't bloom for a very long time. Early May. Late April, maybe even? Indian paintbrush? Ah, okay. That might be a... Yeah, that's... I've probably seen it, but I haven't seen it in a very long time because that's not close to native to the area I'm in. I don't know how popular it is outside or like in other areas. Bluebonnets are the state flower of Texas. So that's another case of very regional plant. Very regional plant. I say very. It is a regional plant. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna double check the originality of one of the plants I'm gonna say before I... no, it's actually not that. It's not... I've probably talked about it before. Is there an area we can see range? Okay. Like, you probably, if I say red columbine, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. Granted, it's not even like a super popular flower in its range, necessarily. But, yeah. It's got a wide range, but that range is basically east of the Rockies. It's a northwest-ish kind of plant, but also like central north, if that makes sense. But it's kind of pretty. I say kind of pretty. It's weirdly striking, but at the same time, not the biggest plant. Let me grab up a photo. Okay, this one should be fine. So they look kind of like this. Oh, maybe a little kind of like weirdly alien. I would say wildflowers are actually more sturdy than other flowers. They're meant for the regions that they're in. And they just kind of like grow out there. You can just scatter the seeds in their native area and they should be fine. It's when you take them out of that, it's a problem. And there's a lot of plants that people keep in their garden that you have to be like very careful and delicate about in terms of like make sure the soil is wet enough. And it's kind of for a lot of natives, you can just kind of like put them there and they'll be fine. Maybe like a little bit of work. Maybe a little bit of work. Type of soil that you have matters for something. So like having to do replacements for that because, oh no, you want to have I'm trying to think of something. You want to have a blueberry bush or 2 or 3? You better have acidic soil. Acidic sandy soil, I think it is. Oh, you live in an area with like predominantly clay soil? Sucks to be you. You're gonna have to do some work. Goatweed is cute. Oh, okay. First it was coming up. It auto-filled for a moth. I mean, there's some thinking. I think a lot of people like pamper their roses to get what they want out of them. Like roses are kind of demanding. I don't necessarily know if blueberries are, but I do know that blueberries favor, I believe, acidic sandy soil. And I've talked a little bit that there are some plants that, well, there's at least one plant that changes color depending on the acidity of the soil. They're kind of cute, yeah, the goatweed. Although, like, this one looks kind of creepy. It looks like little spiders. So the can I zoom in? No, I can't. Can I? This one here in the center, that looks spidery. I would not like that one. I would keep thinking that those are spiders. Clay soil is horrible to work with because it's dense. Each soil comes with its own problems, I think. Like these ones, okay. The purple ones also look kind of spidery, but purple, probably not a spider. The blue ones here look nice. It feels like a lot more of them are spidery, though. Worrisome. Worrisome, worrisome, worrisome. Okay. Let's see. Who is up and awake? Who is up and wait, this is not the right window. Fuzzy ones are really distinct in places. Finding pastures, it might be a bigger issue. Finding them. Let's see. What the okay. Sorry, I'm checking to see what someone's doing and it's kind of a okay. Maybe I'm trying to remember. How long has this person been up? Okay. Maybe this instead. Vibrant. Thank you, Balsaku. Ow. Okay, ow. I feel like I should do this at the beginning of the stream more. Like a more in-depth after I wake up stretch. Because if I do it now, it's kind of an, I'm doing something. I'm doing something. Okay. Joruna is actually playing Stray, and she's got a really cute model on. And I haven't actually watched anyone play Stray. She's only 20-something minutes in. I think it might be her. I think she might actually only be meowing. She's not talking. She is meowing during this entire thing. I kind of want to see this. I just rated her, I think, like 2 streams ago, but it's... I really like cats, okay? It's my excuse. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, we're gonna raid Jorna. Okay, really quick before we raid though. So schedule for this week. We're gonna move over a little bit. I'm locked. Causing my own problems. Thank you for coming, Parag. So on Sunday night, evening counts. It's early evening. We are going to be hopefully finishing the monster section of Dungeon World. We're going to be on our last monster setting. The worst monsters of all. Townsfolk. I say townsfolk. They're also just humans. And other common NPCs. Things like that. Yeah. Yeah, humans, right? Why? And next week, we're going to be playing another board game on Friday. More reading on Sunday. Probably Dungeon World still. Hopefully, it won't be Monster Tales. Like, we should be done. We should be done this week. We should be done. Thank you for the water. And we're not going to have a Tuesday stream. Tuesday was a special thing. But there's going to be a long-form game on Wednesday. I'm not certain which yet. Like, I might go back to Legend of Mana instead. And keep... Shit. Fuck. Okay. Have a good night.